Baseline kicking, yes, I'm grooving. Yes, I'm grooving.
Yes, I'm grooving. Baseline kicking, yes, I'm grooving. Baseline kicking, yes, I'm grooving. Baseline kicking, yes, I'm Baseline kicking, yes, I'm grooving. Baseline kicking, yes, I'm grooving.
allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCSEL Sports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the TCSEL Sports League, into our penultimate week of action here in League Play proceedings, where we'll be finally deciding the final standings of the final couple of teams here in the League Play. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined, of course, by Digital Bacon, as per usual. My compadre, my main man, my dude. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm really excited for today. Of course, we got 5 great matches coming on up, and we're right on getting into the thick of it right now, because we're coming down to the penultimate week, Jay, and there is still so much to fight for. We thought by this point, there'd only be 1, maybe 2 spots still going, but no, this season, TCSEL Sports League truly delivers, and everything is still up for grabs.
Indeed, even the top positions that the Coconutters are currently own at the moment in the table, still separated by a single game on Slightly Salty, Edelweiss behind them as well. So that top end table is still looking for a bit of a challenge, with Let's X also swinging themselves involved. The only 2 secure things that we can say for certain is that Vision Gaming and My Insanity will be up for relegation in this season. Of course, they've not been able to get enough games, so they cannot make it out of the bottom 4, but they are still fighting against each other to try and beat the automatic relegation spot, which might come down to the last week in those couple of cases. So today's matches will be all as important right here, as we have quite a fair amount of them coming up. To start off the day, Slightly Salty versus Letty X will be our first matchup to kick things off. We thought it would be our main event with our final match of the evening, but had to get rescheduled, and Ira Legacy and Sparks were taking that final position instead. Swiss Incredible Rebels up against Vision Gaming, the second match of the day. Coconutters and Lausanne, and Edelweiss will be taking on My Insanity in our penultimate match of the penultimate day as well. I think already looking at that whole schedule, we're looking at Slightly Salty being Letty X, versus Letty X being the ultimate sort of clash of the Titans, if you will.
Yeah, but also throw into the middle there Vision Gaming, who are on a massive uprise, going up against Team Sir, who have shown themselves to be a little bit vulnerable at times. Last week, going up against My Insanity, only being able to rack together 4 goals. Vision Gaming could cause an upset. Take it this way, in the last 3 weeks, they've been able to take 2 games of Lausanne and 2 games of Iron Legacy. Of course, no games of Let's X, who are absolutely on a barnstormer at the moment, but there's the upset potential there. Throw in as well, Coconutters and Lausanne. Lausanne looking so much better last week. Sure, getting 3-0 by Slightly Salty, but there were 1-0 games, Jay. Like, literally the lowest scoreline you can get. It was super close. So Lausanne still with a chance to redeem themselves this season.
Exactly, and I'm hoping that they do have that chance to redeem themselves over the course of the day. But again, our main focus for start things off will be our primary match, our Slightly Salty versus Letty X game. And the reason why this is going to be our main event, if you will, is because these 2 teams are tied up in terms of the board. You know, they're both 6-1 in the league so far, tied up with Coconuts and Edelweiss as well. So again, that's part of the fatal 4-way, if you will, at the top end of the table. All squads looking to close things out on a high in the last couple of weeks, and well, Slightly Salty, right now they're the team in the best place to try and take a one-up of the Coconutters side. So right now, Letty X are playing spoiler, but if Slightly Salty can make a decent and a sweep series happen, they could potentially usurp Coconutters if their series goes awry later on today.
Yeah, only 1 game on the game differential behind. So looking pretty good for them, but Letty X have shown themselves as a super strong side. Only dropping, if I do remember, 2 Coconutters. I'm quickly, going back through the weeks and trying to confirm off the top of my head. I'm not going to be able to find it in time, but yeah. Which is a formidable side. Letty X coming into this season, you think, okay, they're going to be looking to fit themselves in that 4th position. They're good enough to do that. An incredible squad. But you look at Coconuts, you look at Edelweiss, and you think they're your top two. Slightly Salty, LetiX behind them. Perhaps even Lausanne at the start of the season, we're thinking, would be that third place team. But they've come out, been a brilliant eye-opener. Aqua has really fitted on in so well to TCS Esports League. And right now, it's all just going to come down to these last 2 weeks. Perhaps wins, but more importantly, I reckon that game differential. LetiX in a little bit more of a backwards position as they're only on +9, the other team's on +12, and Coconut is on that +13. So LetiX, if they take down Slightly Salty here, let's just say in a 3-1 fashion, Jay, that is going to be a massive, massive boon for them.
Well, it will indeed be a huge, huge result for whoever takes it as we're ready to get into game one between Slightly Salty and LetiX here. A big, big match for both teams, and it could knock one out of the top one race permanently. They're both in the top 4, and we kick things off on Champions Field here. A very, very important match to take overall as the players get themselves started. Slightly Salty over on the left-hand side and white, LetiX in the grey, and they're scrambling for defensives as they hold themselves back. Arku shooting to the crossbar, Mino following suit, crossing back. Carbo and Timo have got to find their way out of the dodge, and they will be able to do so for the moment here. Continuing that attack here, LetiX have started things off on the front foot.
I was singing praises about Aqua earlier, Jay, but the same can be said for Carbo, who's come in this as a German player, that international player, to the scene. But Mino somehow threading the needle here. In what world should this be a goal? Just suddenly gifted to him. It's a good shot. But the defense was all around it. Not anywhere close, though.
First on the board of LetiX, big start for them. Slightly Salty, they have a lot more to take in this matchup if they can secure the best of 5 series. So not the best of starts from them here. They've got to try and find a new way to turn it around, and they will be able to get it out to the midfield. Juju beaten out by Mino, sends that one directly to target. In fact, Carbo's got to disrupt it because they're able to maintain themselves out of the position. Back into the LetiX half. Aqua off the ceiling will continue with dribble plays, running out of boost, however, at 42 points of it. Challenged by 1, Mino coming up, shooting to the right-hand side, and Juju and Carbo wrapping over will continue to compress. It's a bit of an open net, though. Good shot in. Oh, barely pinched off of the crossbar, the sidebar, I should say, for Mino. The post bouncing it away. The secret 4th man of the LetiX defensive keeps it at 1-1, but Timo continues the attacking force for Slightly Salty.
That's what I'm going to be looking at as well. Oh, Juju, unfortunately, not able to get it touched. No one expecting it. So Carbo can throw it back in the mix there. Timo are fantastic here. Slowing himself down, the Reed defender in Aqua. Just getting that little touch into corner, thinking he was going to come onto it a lot faster. But no, Timo's just taking his time. Lined up shot perfectly, and that is a great adjustment in the air from him. Just to pop that up and over. Even Stevens once again.
Oh, what? What? Wow! That is a stone cold goal if I've ever seen one. Watch this. Juju with the miss, with the redirective touch, gets us back in the lead for LetiX.
Well. Didn't have their lead for that long, did they? And then they're right back in there. So strong coming out from LetiX, who realistically are probably the underdogs this game. We know they're on the same, win-loss streak, but you think just that little bit more experience coming on out from Slightly Salty. Their strength all season long, their form that they're in, that they should be the ones taking this, perhaps only in a 3-2 fashion here, Jay, but LetiX, so much passion on that side, but we know how much passion Timo has.
Well, no passion here in the defensive line. No one was there to take a defense. Arku was the main struggling force. He had to win that challenge, else that would have gone right into an open net, and well, we saw what the outcome was. 2-all to the board, and yes, LetiX looked fantastic in the attack, but that's 2 counts where they had no defense whatsoever, and well, those counter-attacks are working wonderfully so far for Slightly Salty. Quite a high conversion ratio for them. Aqua again looks for his way back in, lacking in boost numbers. Mino will control that ball, flicked back, ducked out. Juju's going to take control. Demo in from Arku, will start wrapping back control. Aqua's going to tee that one up higher to the ceiling. Control, contest, backboard, touch. Second one a little bit off angle, so he cannot get the dunk down.
We can't, but look at this. So close between these two sides. They're having to go for some really obscure plays. Whilst also, on those counter-attacks, going for some great reads. You can see Aqua cheating up there into the corner, just putting on pressure, making Slightly Salty somewhat awkward. And that's realistically what this game is going to be all about, trying to stump your opponent, try and get out that reverse Uno card to turn the tides in your favor.
Ball sent into the box again. Juju's going to take that away. Follow up from Arku. Denied by Carbo. He's got a lot of boost that he can beat Aqua with, but Aqua, I think, just picked up 100 pad in the midfield. Sideboard on the backboard. The ball will be played up. Teamon's going to be taken away from the right-hand flanks that are unable to find their way in with a goal. Aqua with that challenge almost sent it in of his own accord, but Teemo able to deny it on defensive. Arku still presses forward here with the Leti X side. Juju sends it up. Teemo beaten by Aqua. Puts it into the corner once again. Carbo with a wraparound, denied by Arku's part. Dribbling up, flick inside. Mino unable to put it in the back of the net. They are trying so hard and getting so close to this, but the defensive Salty is holding strong.
Yeah, and it's largely... that should have been a goal. It's largely just because they're getting too close to the net for these final touches, trying to just go for that point-blank hit, which seems to be the easiest way, right? Just off your top of the head, if you can get the ball over the net, just simple touch, you don't have to worry about accuracy. But the defense at the same time are given more time to get back and get that interception. Oh, point proven. Only just off the tips of his bumper can Aqua get that save.
And Slightly Salty are very thankful that there is no offside rule in Rocket League, because they would have violated it for all three of their goals so far. 10 seconds, ball in, high off the crossbar. Teamo's got to take that away. He's missed! And Aqua's put it in the last second. Looks like Leti X might be taking game one.
No, putting it under Juju is inspired, but Teemo there, not quick enough for the read, too ambitious to go for it, and paid the price. 9 seconds to get an equalizer and send us into OT. Can Slightly Salty do it, or are they going to be the ones feeding Slightly Salty themselves? Juju's keeping this ball up high, Jay. Big demo, trying to keep it alive, but just can't get any height.
Yeah, not to be in this one. Leti X getting the first game on the board, and Slightly Salty did fight back pretty well in that previous, but that counter-attack didn't quite work out all the same. I mean, the midfield control was great, but the second player behind that player was unable to get upfield in time, so the pass receiver just wasn't there. Hitting the floor effectively means that game one again goes the way of the Leti X side. Slightly Salty back in game two, and they held themselves really confident. Again, there is some level of lack of structure, I want to say, here from the Leti X defensive especially. So I'm looking at them thinking that there's still a way for Salty to be able to turn this around.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's a one-goal game. You can turn that around quite easily. But game two here, you know the saying, Jay. It's going to be where we can see what Slightly Salty can do. A couple of mistakes there in game one really cost them two. In fact, where they should have been savable opportunities, it's just coming down to decision-making from Slightly Salty. They're fast in their reaction times, but just making that judgment of where you need to place your car is so important.
Oh. Wow. That was great, fast, reactive team play. Teemo to Carbo, back to Juju, tapping twice with the backboard and throwing the entire defensive line off, getting that opener for Slightly Salty. That is the way in that they wanted here. That's the way in that they'll get. Leti X already on the back foot. This time they're not able to score the opening goal, and if the war of attrition continues in the same way that it did in the last game, then that means the Slightly Salty have an advantage by default. The attack comes back in though from Leti X, and it is pushed way too far wide of the net. Demo's up, Mina with a chance way too far wide, again pinching off the backboard, and Juju has Arku. Teemo to find in the midfield. Teemo's going to receive it, but gets disrupted by Arku. T back, Aqua looking for his way in, unable to find a good shot. He'll try it in for it in the end, but blocked again by Juju's part.
And super solid clearance there. Seeing that Mino's the furthest one back, and you can just get that ball up and over him pretty easily. By so much ground for Slightly Salty here to then be able to chase up. And look, they're being able to pressure out from the midfield. Only 15 seconds ago, they're being pressured into their own net. So when you're looking at the side of LeTX, they get a little bit overzealous. They get a bit over aggressive and throw too many players down into attack. Quite often they'll have two right there, the second man at the furthest back on that midfield line. So if you can just find routes up and over or beside them, you will be able to gain so much ground.
Ball into the midfield line. Arku teeing this up to the ceiling. Touch out, just blocked by Carbo on the second one. Mino setting up back row at least to keep it in the corner, but not set up for a decent shot. Juju's got to use his teammate as a rebound and beat out the midfield control. Is there anything left for Carbo in this? He'll break away and leave it for his teammates to press forward. And Timo and Juju now take the onus of the attack. Timo back in center. Here comes Carbo. Great passing play between these players, and Slightly Salty showing why they are contesting for the top of the table.
Communication has stepped up so much for Slightly Salty. Take it back 10 seconds, and Carbo still on 30 boosts. In any other game would have jumped up for that ball, but no. He goes back to the mid pad to pick up the 100, to then get back into rotation. Juju knocks into the corner, and Timo then back to Carbo. A beautiful sequence coming out from Slightly Salty, and it shows how far back you've got to look. I mean, I'm only saying 10-15 seconds, but in Rocket League that is tons of time, and about 5 different passes behind. That's when the play got started. That's when it truly initiated, and you're looking set for the goal.
Set for a goal back here for LeTX again. Pounding the backboard with sheer aggression. Double commit on that one defensive play. Left it all left on one man to get the whole defense together for Slightly Salty, and that ends up with a 2-1 scoreline now. LeTX with their start here in game 2. Trying to go off the ceiling. Carbo and Co get themselves ready for the defensive line, and that's exactly what they'll be able to do with that kickoff play. Juju, his demo out, and Carbo sending it over into the corner where Aqua's going to be able to maintain control. Decent dribbles up, dug down against Juju's part. Good challenge, and throws it off for the moment, but now that's where the attacking onus of LeTX starts looking good. We mentioned how they like to go full send into the other opponent's half of the field, which can leave the defense open, but when it looks good, it looks like an offensive that can score some serious goals.
That it does. Just taking a little look back towards Timo there as he bumped into Carbo. Timo needs to start giving his teammates a little bit more space to turn around like that, because, of course, they're probably still going to be stuck on ball cam. Very rarely do you actually press R3 or whatever on the keyboard to look behind you if you're just going to turn around then pick up that mid pad. So that sort of mistake just then was all on Timo. He just needs to perhaps go up the wall a little bit to allow Carbo a bit of room.
Arku, Carbo beaten, ball out to the corner. Bounce away, Aqua's trying to maintain it. Arku's going to back off and grab one of the midfield boost pads, and that's exactly what he'll do. Aqua challenging with 18 points of boost. Arku comes in the challenge, second face, up on the ceiling. Mino trying to look for his redirective touch, but Carbo takes it away. Good bounce out, again teed up and over. Carbo with a miss out, leaves it open. Backboard touch, follows suit, turning it away. Mino, tee back off. It's just going to be blocked off every single time by Slightly Salty defensive. 50 seconds remaining to the clock. And they are pressured to find a quick response back. How Slightly Salty will be in with game 2 and will be equalised in the series.
Timo there back in the midfield as well. What a touch from him to send it off wide. It basically takes it on a way from LeTX, and right now you can see Slightly Salty are happy to play for time. As long as they can keep this ball away from being a threatening shot on target, they're happy days. And Arku getting bumped away from the corner there. Carbo's just looking to get it out and away, but these interceptions are stellar from LeTX.
Keeping contention, 10 seconds. Mina's trying to go for a goal, no boost for it. Dribbles it right up to the line though. Teammates behind him, and all they need is one solid clear, and that'll take it away from them. Aqua teeing it up, where's back up? Nowhere to be seen. They're going to block it off in the midfield line. Try send it back into an attack. Mino shot it down to the floor, and that'll be Slightly Salty with game 2 under their board, 2-1 up. A really fantastic game from them. And LeTX showing very similar problems by comparison to game 1.
Well, LeTX, whilst they can get the ball downfield, it's more so keeping the ball downfield. That's a massive issue. Their pressure is a little bit too loose. You know, their passes with a bit too much space, they need to bring it in closer and tighter. Throw on top that their defense is only okay. They're double committing a little bit too much. Don't get me wrong, slightly salty, double committing here and there as well. But when you're looking at LeTX, they're just trying to run it downfield. They're wanting to stick on it. They're wanting just to be able to build up instant, constant pressure, which is just not one of those things because you need control of the boost to also have that constant pressure. Otherwise, you're letting your opponents be able to make those interceptions. So, LeTX, I'm looking towards them to step up here in Game 3.
Carbo into the corner is going to try to get the attacker going immediately for Slightly Salty. Finding that first shot in at Timo. Aqua there for the first defensive, and now he's on the counter-attack as the central focus of it. Backboard play, second man inbound, but a hair too late to Carbo's pot, who holds that defensive together. Timo also out of the box. Mino will come forward, bounce out. Center up, Aqua shot in fact can be given a lot of breathing room, handed over to the LeTX side. A secondary shot going to be disallowed as it's missed out entirely. Demos coming in from the LeTX camp as they try and clear out Slightly Salty by force.
Yeah, but those demos just aren't on to anyone that's truly threatening. Oh, shot put on wide. And they're not able to follow on up. They're sticking in their opponent's half with 0 boost. You can see Aqua here looking limp on his return back. Carbo inspired to go for the 50-50 dunk there. And Slightly Salty are fully in control. Even when the ball's into their own half, they know their opposition just aren't linking up correctly with one another. And Slightly Salty are playing a slightly faster game, which is massive here.
LeTX have tightened up that backline a little bit more though, so it's not going to be the easiest affair to hold this game under ransom, if you will. Slightly Salty have been struggling to score goals here in Game 3. Nothing on the board as we approach the 3-minute 20 marker. Arku down into the corner. Carbo's going to send that one very far wide. Mino wraps over, finds Arku again on the attack, trying to beat out Timo. He's the only player to beat! And it's right on the line. Mino follows it up and scores that goal for LeTX.
Finally, a great attack. Slightly Salty getting a bit overcommitted. Timo the only one back. Unfortunate that the first touch coming through from Arku didn't connect with the net, but Mino there to be able to pick up on the cleanup is brilliant, and that should give tons of confidence to LeTX. That confidence will transverse into speed as well. I just want to see them sort of calm down on this demo game. They're sort of throwing themselves at the ball a little bit too much with these pre-jumps. They're better than that, but they are starting to look that little bit better. It all just comes down to one quick counter with these lads.
Arku with no boost. Timo instead has some of his own, turned away from to the midfield line. Juju sends it up, out to Carbo, dunk down to commit into defend against it. Right now, Slightly Salty are focused heavily on trying to get an attacking force going, but they've now left their own back line open. Simple shot from Aqua, back at the back corner, and getting that second goal in for LeTX.
Just no one there. I have no clue why they're spread out, Jay. I'm not gonna lie. That's one where you gotta go look at the replay file, the demo file, and see what actually happened, because there should be no reason no one's able to cover that shot to net, because it felt pretty standard. It was almost a ghost town in the back lines.
Oh, look at this tee off from Aqua. So good. So good against Arku. Mino challenging Timo, getting involved in 2 fantastic challenges on Mino's part. And LeTX doing so much at this stage. Carbo's going to be able to maintain control of the ball here, go for his own attack once again, dribbles it right up to the crossbar, but it does not go below said crossbar, bouncing off of it, and it's taken away by the defensive line, cleared out, back into the Salty half. Carbo up, beaten out by Mino. And Juju just desperately trying to scramble onto some sort of control here, but the attack just continues for LeTX.
It does. Good block out coming through from Arku there. Sort of bumps into Aqua, and it's not pretty. That should be a run, it should be a goal, and indeed it is. Carbo going to pick up. Look at Arku and Aqua just bumping into each other. Mino's on the retreat, but in no world was he expected to be back in time. But at the same point, all three lads are clustered up in that corner. There's something wrong with the rotations there.
And again, you can do some poor defensive lines here from the LetiX side. There is a goal for Slightly Salty, away back in. Awkward ball turned away by Arku, but Carver's still finding a shot. Follow up on Timo's not going to be able to turn to a counter-attack, and Timo defends against both of the attacking players there at the midfield line. Juju's got one to beat, but Mino challenges so well, so Carver's going to send that one out, or at least attempt to do so. Timo's back over inside the net, expecting it to be defensive to come forward. Cross out, Mino receives that ball into the corner. He'll bounce it, leave it for the second man. Timo and Juju got to disrupt and find a clear, but Mino's going to get given another chance. Carbo finally boots it downfield into the corner where Juju challenges Carbo with a shot close to net, and Aqua has the right place at the right time. Mino countering back of his own right, but just can't quite seem to break this defensive. Slightly Salty keeping it together. At least for LetiX, they're stalling for time. 30 seconds remain. And they've got to score one back for the Salty side. Bounce out corner, third man, finds the angle! Timo tips it past them, as again, LetiX are caught snoozing in the nets.
Yeah, and this is a massive step on in. Slightly Salty just being so consistent throughout the entirety of this game. Building, building, building. 25 seconds left to go. They now have some fortifications underneath them. Can they continue this siege though? Get that third and very important goal. The call-off was beautiful. Timo just a whisper away, but this runaway, good stuff from Carbo to get the save.
10 seconds remaining, Mina still going for something here, plenty of boost, bounce out potential, the boxes just reached, but the demo's coming in from Aqua, takes out his main former backup. Arku bounces it out, Aqua to receive it, Timo sends it out to the midfield, bounce up on the corner crease, so Arku can still keep this in play alongside Aqua. Bounce up, where's the third man? There comes Mino, and Arku again looking to try find a receiver. Juju's going to try bump him out of the way, and that throws him off enough to get to overtime on this board. 2-2. And Slightly Salty bringing this back, but is that going to last long? Already there is an attack from the LetiX side. Peek up, off to the backboard, denied. Carbo clears it downfield. Aqua can hold that defense.
Can, but for how long? You can see, oh, Waku, brilliant little 50-51 there. Carbo's got that high, and Mino is so early onto it. No boost, however, and he does call in Aqua for it. Oh, Mino just turning, flipping in the wrong direction. 50-50 wild in towards the center, and it is just all coming down to reaction times for this OT. As you can see, it's just charge one after the other, running off the balls.
Aqua's up, taken away, boom back by Carbo. Timo's going to try to receive it, Mino puts it into the corner instead. Follow up by Juju, bounce out of the sideboard. Carbo able to maintain the 100 points of boost here. Up, good demos in, missed out from Aqua. That ball is right there inside that box, but the demos are able to keep Slightly Salty away from getting the attack going. Juju sends that right back into the LetiX hands though. Try counter-attack once again back in. Good challenge from Timo, sends that off towards the box, but no one's there to follow it up with an attack. Aqua can just maintain control of the ball. Bounce out of the center line, shot from Mino at long range, blocked off by Juju again. No matter what they do here for LetiX, they can't quite seem to find an attack to close out this OT and get us at match points.
You can notice here that the passes between players are decent, but they're just read so well by both teams to get a man in to intercept that. When you're on the ball, you're not on it for long. It's super crazy. The both of these two sets are free, and just the knowledge of each other is out as well.
What a wonderful setup and a wonderful finish there by Carbo. Watch this again. Ball bounce out off the ceiling crease. Aqua had no idea where it was going, and Carbo just cherry picking his own opportunity to go 2-1 up now for Slightly Salty. They are one game away from taking this series. LetiX started off so strongly, but since then it has been very, very awkward.
He builds them up to knock them down. What a play that was from Carbo. And again, what a stellar rookie season for him. Of course, definitely not a rookie, but the first time in the TCS Esports League. And he is just looking so comfortable. You'd expect that after 8 weeks now And you'd also expect him, I don't know, to have the captain's role with how much work he puts in. But we all know Timo the One, the brains behind the operations here, having two mechanical gods like Juju and Carbo, whilst he just waits and cherry picks perfect moments like that. It's a good strategy.
Mate, LetiX may have had a stronger defensive by comparison to their defensive, but when it comes to the overall offensive lines from both teams, like Slightly Salty look like the far better squad. How many accurate shots do we keep seeing from them? Aqua up off the ceiling, bounce out, turned away from the midfield line. Mino forward, Carbo continues, and a block out will send over towards the corner play. Timo involved, Mino bounce out of position, and Aqua and Arku continue up off the backboard. Carbo beaten into the mid-center. Aqua takes it off to the sideboard, again follows suit into the box itself. Timo coming up and Mino turning it away from. Holding down in the minute line, Mino and Juju continue the attack. Arku dribbles up, flicks past one. Last player to beat is Timo, and again, he has been the star right now. He is always in defense and offense, having the highlight moments of both sides of the field. And still, he's got a lot more work to do. They're still on the attack here for LetiX.
You alluded to just Slightly Salty looking the better side, and you're not wrong. Whilst you can see for LetiX, they're still going for incredible plays. They're just not converting them to goals. This is where LetiX need a game B or a game C, you know. Oh, that second or third plan just to turn the tides. Try something new and different. Because when your opponents already have the winning answer, such a solid run from Timo. You're just continuously running into the same problem.
Well, what did I say? He's been the MVP for me for a good reason. Really fantastic stuff posted up by him. We haven't seen much fantasticness from LetiX since game one. They are looking scrambled now. Desperate to find some sort of way back into this. Arku here with a beat out. Carbo can take that right back down the other end of the field. Juju's trying to receive it. Bounce out, bump in. Juju takes one player away. Timo shoots high. Aqua can contest it, but so can Timo out of this corner. Again, he's looking to center up this ball. There weren't so many players on the field there for LetiX, and that would have been a goal, I want to say, from the Slightly Salty side. They have consistently replicated performance after performance and play after play. And approaching the halftime marker, they almost let one through, slipping past their fingertips, cross back of the ball, clear up, that's on, that's going in. Nothing they can do to deny this. It's an open net, another overcommitment, another 2-0 for the Salty side.
You hate to say it, but LetiX are their own worst enemies. The risk was clearly there. They were trying to take it. If they could convert, it would have been a goal. But it's if they could convert, they're just too far wide of each other. You get solo plays like that from Aqua, which I'm happy with, but they're leaving themselves open for opportunities with demos like that stepping on out. They're a very fragile team. Sure, it can work, but you've got to be hitting the top of the bin. That shot right there had to be on target and in such a super awkward place. They're all caught a little bit again in this corner. Shot finally coming on through, and that's a good conversion. They caught their opposition double committing into the corner. No one really able to step back. Timo's a little bit too slow. He doesn't want to commit to it early because he doesn't know if Juju's then going to be in net properly to be able to get that second chance save. And because of that decision-making time, that little slowdown in the thought process, that's when LetiX strike. But they've got to do it once again in 2 minutes and hold off the attacks that Slightly Salty are going to throw at them as well.
And they got a little bit of a buffer at least here this time around. The goal coming in a lot earlier by comparison to their previous equaliser setup. So opportunities are abound, and they were able to bring it back to 2-2 in previous. So see if this will be the game where they can do that right now. Aqua dribbling it in, challenged by Juju. Pretty simple stuff from him. He's got to let that one go. Timo and Carlo able to defend against. Backboard for Arku. Pushed out. Mino followed up by Juju. He challenges so successfully, but so clutch there in the box. Now got to leave it for Carbo as Timo rolls that in front of the net to allow him to clear and counter-attack of his own right. Solo play in off the backboard. Set up ready, but Mino beats the attacking force of Timo. Denies the goal coming in again for Slightly Salty side.
Or Aqua with that dodge perfectly picked up the 100, so he should be an option for this attack, or to stay back in defense like that. Mino's waiting in the middle. He wants that ball delivered to him, but just at the worst time. Aqua runs out boost, Aku's overcommit to that. Big bumps coming out onto Carbo, and Aqua getting the demo. So this opportunity only just saved. But notice LTX not able to convert it into a goal. They can't get those counters which they rely upon so heavily to come out quick enough for them.
They took both of the defenders out by demo and they still couldn't get a decent shot to target. LTX have lost all their confidence. 30 seconds, save in. Aqua shoots up high, Carbo to receive it, sent off into the corner. Nice demo involved, and Timo, 12 points to boost, hasn't got much left to him. Juju challenges one. Timo, nothing in the tank. He's got to challenge Aqua, just using his wits and skill alone. To the center. Juju up here off the backboard. Aku trying to defend against it. And 10 seconds remain as Timo goes to the sideboard. 74 points to boost. Aku got to leave this go out towards the corner. Again, the ball will look to touch the floor here at the very last moment. And Juju will shoot it down low. Slightly salty. Get themselves a their third game in this series, and a 3-1 scoreline in said series as well to beat out LTX. I have to say that I feel bad for LTX because they really plateaued in the last couple of games.
They did indeed, but that was more because Slightly Salty really turned it on up, Jay. And LTX, I mean, what is it? Einstein's definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results. It just wasn't happening. They weren't making those adjustments which they needed to. This is, for me anyway, going to be a big eye-opener because LTX will count themselves good enough, to take down Slightly Salty. They'll understand that Coconut, as they was, whilst being games which they could win, aren't expected wins as such. They're not confident wins ahead of time. But Slightly Salty, again, where these guys know each other inside and out, Juju, previous teammates of both Aku and Mino. Timo's played alongside the lads tons of times beforehand, so they should know how each other play, should come in with a game plan, and clearly didn't prepare that game B or that game C, which they really need to, and that's going to help them grow as players so much that they're not put in a difficult position, because realistically, in game 3, when Slightly Salty were able to come back, get those 2 goals, and then get the third, that for me was the moment you saw that LTX were done, purely because they didn't have a way to stop them.
A big win here for the Slightly Salty side. As we mentioned before, they're still contesting just behind that Coconut side. Maybe that game loss might hurt them a little bit later on during the season, but for now, it's a big victory that for now puts them up at the top end of the position. We'll see whether Coconuts can respond a little bit later on today. For now, though, as we head towards a short break, we're going to hear from one of the Slightly Salty players that are set to join us here in the commentary box, so do not go anywhere as the TCS Esports League continues after the break.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Set, go!
Welcome back to the TCS Esports League. We're joined by audio by Carbo of Slightly Salty fame. His team has just managed a 3-1 victory above Letty X. Continues to put them in the running for that top 2 position. Congratulations on the win, Carbo. Did feel like you guys only got it together from game 2 onwards. So tell me what happened in game 1, you know? Were you guys feeling out of your position, or why did you have such a difficult time of winning that one?
I mean, Femur said he was kind of nervous in the first game, and that's what I totally saw. And in the scrims before, like, Juju and Femur had like a tough time to read the bolts. That's why I decided to like change up the playstyle in game 2 and just try to make them feel a bit more confident and just try to play as good as I could in the defense so they could like score the goals, you know.
So, straight there, you're saying you scrim beforehand. Who were those scrims against? Can you tell us? And like, how much warm-up did you guys get done today?
I mean, it was like against Alvarillo, Jairo, and I think Menzu, and it was like just to get like into the game again because Juju isn't really playing the game, so we get to scrim before every game, so he has like at least some hours. And also, like, I don't really turn warm with like scrims. I turn mainly warm with like 2 games or something. So yeah.
Well, despite those limitations, you guys still look like an unformidable force when it comes to the best of the rest here in the TCS Esports League. You guys are still contesting against the likes of the Coconutters. You know, is that like a goal for you guys to be able to beat that team, or is there something else in mind for where you want to end off in this season?
To be fair, in league play, we try to, like, if we would have swept today and like next week, I think we would have been top 1 for sure. And if like Coconuts at least throws some games and we sweep next week, you can still get first place, and that's like our main topic right now, is to get like first in league play still.
And just because see it today, you guys were communicating really well, especially going into that game too. So how were the vibes in comms north that for you guys, because clearly into three as well. Let's just start highlighting that third game where you got your comeback, to bring 3 goals on into that game 3, which, like I said earlier, was the point where you guys had pretty much secured the series on down there. How do you guys get a comeback started, especially being 2 goals down?
I mean, we tried to still keep the comms up, even though if we were like down many goals. And after we scored like the first goal, it was like we were really hyped to like get a like 2-2, and then it happened, and we were like screaming and stuff, and tried to at least win the game before OT. Then we went into OT, but still won the game, and that got us really hyped for the last game. And then just decided to win, I guess.
You guys have got a lot of hype coming your way going into the final week of league play. You're going to be up against Ira Legacy. I want to get your thoughts on that team and on that match. And have you got anything special planned for us, or how are you going to end off the season next week?
I mean, Ira Legacy is like a team which gets underestimated by a lot of players, and like we played them in the other league in SEL, and it was like a game 5, maybe because we trolled a bit, but still it's like a good team, so we will just try to play our best and maybe get a 3-0 to have like a good potential for top 1. But I just hope we win the series in general, and we see how it goes, I guess.
We'll see how it goes indeed. You guys are geared and confident with a big win today. Of course, congratulations for that win, and we'll see you next week against the likes of Ira Legacy. Good luck and have fun preparing until that point. We will see Ira Legacy a little bit later on today when they take out the Sparks side. But for now, we're going to head towards a short break and set ourselves up for Swiss Incredible Rebels versus Vision Gaming. Don't go anywhere. We're back after the break.
Gaming économiste. Ça fait plus d'1 an qu'on s'entraîne ensemble, alors n'espérez pas qu'on abandonne si rapidement, car on est une équipe qui persévère.
Maintenant qu'on est qualifié en TCSEL Sport League, on n'est pas seulement là pour jouer, mais on est surtout là pour gagner.
Also macht euch auf was gefasst, denn wir vom Baguette Squad werden die sein, die am Schluss als Sieger vom Platz gehen.
Welcome back to the TCSE Sports League. We're getting into our second match of the day between the Swiss Incredible Rebels and Vision Gaming here. 2 squads that would be in very, very different positions. We're just going to say that off the bat. Sir right now are still contesting for the bottom end to try and make their way out of the bottom end of the table. But at the same time, Vision Gaming are one spot behind them, and they're still yet to sort of get their win on the board. So when it comes down to the caliber of the teams, you can definitely agree that that's not exactly a very fair matchup. But at the same time, they're both fighting elimination at this stage here, Bacon. So I guess they're kind of in a similar sort of boat.
Yeah, so right now, a lot of the circumstances comes down to Sir winning this, Ira Legacy, say, beating Sparks later, and that would then put Sir on the level of Lausanne going into that last week. If Sparks beat Ira Legacy later and let's say Sir win this, then it becomes super close in that last week. It could potentially just come down to the goal differentials, game differentials there, sorry, who knows. So it is a super close fight. Ira Legacy in a little bit more comfort, of course, at the moment, but with Lausanne only being a win ahead when you got these last 2 weeks and Lausanne having Coconuts this week, then Edelweiss next week, you would expect Lausanne to be finished on those 3 wins. But when Sur have got Vision Gaming this week, then they're going on to face Sparks next week. That Sur versus Sparks game could be the decider for that very last match, but it all comes down to the games today, Jay. And when you're looking at this, Sur, with their current performance and how they've been playing, to me anyway, over the last... It's a little bit harsh, but I'm going to say over the last 4 weeks. And don't get me wrong, they faced off against Letiex, Edelweiss, and I'm trying to see who else they lost to. Okay, so Letiex, Edelweiss. They also lost to Ira Legacy, and then took a 3-0 win against Mindsanity, which is the sort of expected one. I'm not confident that they'll beat Vision Gaming here. I think this is going to be the day Vision Gaming get their first win.
I mean, I'm not 100% sold. I mean, again, I like your optimism about Vision Gaming, Economist, but I've looked at this team time and time again, and I just thought to myself, like, there's nothing there. I mean, in terms of last week, especially, like, I looked at that match, and it was great, yeah, that they got themselves close against Ira Legacy, but in the previous series, in the previous matches that we've seen, I can see you smiling already, because you're already going to be looking ready to try and dig into me.
Let's put a bet on this one day, because I truly believe Vision Gaming get the win today.
Sorry, my contract prohibits me from placing bets on matches, Bacon. I can't do that.
I mean, like, a fun, like, you know, an ice bucket challenge or something at LAN. Can we do this? I'm sure production would love it. Like,
I don't know. I mean, look, I don't want to mess up my suit is the problem. So I'd rather not do that if possible.
Okay.
But go on.
Could we get a hot sauce challenge at LAN then? Like a spoon
I can
like,
do that.
hot
I'm
sauce.
down.
Let's do
I'm
that.
down
Like
for
the
doing hot
hottest
sauce.
that.
Yeah.
We'll try and
All
let
right.
production figure that out. So you're backing Sir, I'm backing VG to win this. Okay.
So for Sir and Vision Gaming, you think the Vision Gaming are going to take the victory, and whoever loses this bet has to eat a teaspoonful of hot sauce. Yeah.
Yes, that's the bet right now. Let's do this, a hot sauce challenge, because I truly believe VG can turn this around today. I'm a little bit scared, don't get me wrong, I do feel like I'm on the back foot here, but that's because Sir just have not put the recent performances in, and VG are, you know, fighting for their lives still. Sir are pretty much safe to stay into this, you know, to go into the promotion relegation tournament. VG, they get a win today. That would be massive going into next week up against my Insanity.
Well, I don't see any point in wasting any further time as to seeing who's going to take this victory, Bacon. I will say that you have laid down the gauntlet on this one, so let's see how well this goes. I have the faith. I have the faith in the incredible Rebels of Switzerland, and they will be in the bronze half. Vision Gaming in red. Vision Gaming looking for their first win of the TCS Esports League, and let's see whether Sir's recent form can hinder them, and let's see whether I will be eating a spoonful of hot sauce a little bit later on in the TCS Esports League. LAN kickoff into game one, into the red half. Nessie off that sideboard. Nuke's going to contest off the backboard here. You're looking for that early shot already. Melox and Turb going back and forth. No one's in that defensive. RNZ with an awkward miss. They tried to save it, but that's a start for Vision Gaming. Don't you start yourself, mate. Don't go there.
Okay, we've made this a bit of a loaded game anyway, which is super fun, but I'm not going to lie, I'm scared today, because if Nukes pops off, I could see Sir 3-0 this. It all depends on that one player, and I know I've said it in the past, but the lad, when he pops off, he truly pops, and has to be the pivotal role for Sir, and you could just see, whilst initially getting that setup, passing play down in the VG end, no one was there to back him off. Melox got bumped in the mid, and then it was just a runaway for VG.
Well, Nuke's getting involved in the demos at this stage, hasn't had his chance to get spooled up, and you're right about him being the linchpin element. He is the guy that needs to step up the biggest, I feel, when those missed touches are not encouraging. Frosty, good save in against Melox's challenge, and Nukes will be able to control back in, flip back against Turb. Turb takes the challenge. RNZ going up against Nessie, also shoots to the backboard. Third man inbound, redirect to Melox. Nuke's got to come in and finish the play, but I think he's out of boost, caught in rotation. He will find that challenge out of the right-hand corner, and RNZ will tee up and over towards the corner of this one. Bounce down, RNZ off the backboard, looking for the second touch. Nuke's there to finish off the job, and it goes in. This is a game, Bacon. This is a game.
Oh, I'm so happy right now. Solid pass from RNZ.
I'm surprised you're not
Nukes to finish it
absolutely
off.
nervous that you might have to potentially be eating a spoonful
Oh,
of hot sauce.
don't get me wrong, we're both anxious with this game. It's those emotions running through you which really fuel it and send it to the next level. You can see both teams are so close in level, and it will just come down to slight little mistakes. Nessie there thrown into the corner, I'm not too happy about. It's like if I was their coach, because you just hand it on over. It'd be much better to try and dribble it on in. Coming out with a demo there isn't too bad, but all the weight now lies upon Turb, and that is a spectacular passing play.
Spectacular pass and shot 2-1 to the board of Team Sir as they maintain the lead. A bit of a hiccup in the early game, Bacon, but now they're up by a single goal. Could still turn around Vision Gaming, so give them credit where it's due, but 3 minutes and 17 seconds, and right now the onus sits to the favour of the Sir side. Melox controlling off that sideboard. He'll take possession here in the midfield line. No boost left for him. Turb taking a challenge, and Nukes trying to follow suit. Turb with a decent challenge, and Nukes is going to be left here to not hold the entire defensive, but RNZ and Melox get themselves involved. Cross out, good shot. Melox clears it away into the midfield line. Turb, Frosty and Nessie backed up here over to the corner. Will shoot high, and Nessie takes it back down. Nukes wide. Melox forced to wrap around here. Very awkward positioning from that midfield possession, but Team Sir will be able to stop the aggression for the most part.
Yeah, and good block out there from RNZ. Always so consistent in putting in work. Frosty going for that demo, trying to bump it away, but RNZ somehow locks it into the post to get it away. Frosty again on the run, but he's overcooked it a little bit there, Jay. Sent it a bit too far, and so he couldn't instantly turn in and put a shot on target.
Good effort there from Vision Gaming, but way too clutch from the part of the Sir camp. And Nessie comes up, Melox beats him out into the midfield line. Bounce out of the sideboard and bumps coming forward. Nukes will take control, challenge in. Nessie and Melox shoot high off to the backboard once again. Good touch out of Turb. RNZ returns it though, has a plenty of boost to try and control it in, but has to put it right back down into Vision Gaming possession. Nukes up here with control off to that corner. And RNZ centers it up, but no one can take the shot. They're all caught in rotation, so the counter-attack is on for Vision Gaming. Nukes just booms it away still. Finding some very fast balls here for the Sir side. Vision Gaming trying to replicate, but without the same amount of finesse and control.
No, and so much time being allowed here. Good idea on the pass on over, but Frosty wanting to continue it to Turb is a little bit over-ambitious, and Frosty is so spectacular on those ones plays, and I think that's why he went for the pass, because when you look at Sir, they're probably going to be expecting Frosty to go for those solo plays.
Ball off the backboard, Melox coming in, contesting with 4 points, a boost cleared away, RNZ pinches away, sets it up, Turb challenged, RNZ beaten, and Nessie also beaten out here. Good contention. RNZ back in towards his teammate, but Nukes misreads the core of the play. Melox over and out. Turb up off the ceiling, contesting. 32 points of boost. RNZ beaten out. Good challenge on one. Frosty and Nessie challenge on. Shot close, and that's 2-2 to the board. Sir caught a little bit complacent and cleared out on the backlines with that demo, and no one was there to hold the defense.
Yeah, it's another little slip-up, and these sort of slip-ups, just in positioning, have been plaguing Sir all season long. It's not enough to be scared that they're going to lose the game or anything, because, again, they've been doing that all season long and have been able to get 2 wins. You know, they're coming up right now in the last 2 weeks against the 2 weakest teams. So, it'll, at least with last week as well. So it's not the worst for Sir. They do always give up those. They just need a little bit more ambition in their play. And that's basically the tune-up that they need in this series. And they'll be solid.
14 seconds as Nukes holds the corner out. 10 seconds remaining, ball back in towards Vision Gaming's box. They'll be able to defend against it. Turb sets that over. Nessie going to try to challenge on Nukes, but Nukes gets his 50-50 involved. So that ball is set up. Melox comes in to try to continue the play. It's barely above the floor, though. Onto the floor itself. Overtime is on the table. Well, look, I didn't say it wouldn't be close, but that's exactly what we're seeing here so far. Nessie, pinch off the ceiling. Oh, that's a very dangerous ball, but fortunately it is high and it is wide, so no contention on that. Something I forgot as well, Bacon, by the way, is we actually forgot to shout out the halftime show. Hashtag halftime in the Twitch chat.
Hasn't been open yet, Jay. Hasn't been open. We're doing it later today. Normally it would be open by now, but everyone keep eyes not only on this game, but Twitch chat as well, eh?
I wasn't informed we were doing it later. Okay, that's my bad. All right, well, ignore that. That's fine. Don't worry about it too much. 2-all to the ball. We can continue focusing on our hot sauce challenge. The ball up, Turb missed out on Melox. Nessie sends that one high off the backboard. Nukes, RNZ, Melox getting involved. Frosty also off the backboard. Second touch disrupted by Melox. RNZ sends it up and over. Awkward touch from Frosty. Tried to take it away from possession, but that might be better for the counter-attack. And yeah, it goes over to the red back corner. Frosty challenging of his own right. Challenged again by a second opposition. Potential setup for Nessie, but no third player to follow that up. Good 2 challenges there.
The ideas of these setups, Turb going for the double touch is so courageous and well read by Melox. It's got to be said, Melox has had his best season in a while. He is becoming so much more consistent as a player for this Sir side, and it has just really helped them because whilst Sir this season have felt like they played pretty uninspired Rocket League, you know, it's been pretty box standard, they have been fairly formidable, and that's why they're sitting only on 2 wins, but with a decent game differential.
Oh, that's not fantastic from Nukes and Melox, though. Both players getting involved. Melox, however, successfully challenging on 2 individuals. Sends that off to the attacking force, and Frosty contests back of his own right. No one in that net will be able to block it off to the corner. Nessie follows it up, beats out one, set up for Frosty. Both him and Melox miss, and Nukes can follow it back into the attacking forces here. Pinch back, almost sent directly towards the net here for the Sir side. RNZ there to block it off of the midfield, and Melox hunts for his opportunity, but his best bet is to back away. Frosty again on the attack. Big mix on Nukes. Nessie high on the right. RNZ and Nukes got to follow suit and find some sort of a defensive clear, and that's exactly what they'll do. Counter-attack back as Vision Gaming's rotations start to get involved on the defensive line. Melox and Nukes following up and out. RNZ will push away back into the midfield line. 100 points of boost for Turby. He picks this up, controls it, but Nessie finds the clear back downfield.
Noticing whenever Sir get onto attack, they look more convincing at getting close to target. Just those lines to net, a little bit more open. When VG are attacking, there's always a man on back, and even little counters like that, Frosty is getting
It has been! Turning into the midfield line, Melox coming forward, sends that over to the box again. Following out, leaving it for Melox, shot up, cherry picking his chance, but Turb just blocks it, just denies the box line. Frosty over, Nukes again coming into the midfield position. Nessie sideboard bounce, Melox in. Turb sends that over to the corner, and they are just doing everything they can to get it as far away from the net as possible. They're getting closer and closer here, Sir. RNZ inside the box, Melox to follow it up, tease it up. Where's the third man? Nukes is so far away, and they're unable to get the play together. Finally, recovery, and now RNZ misses. How many opportunities are we going to be giving away?
Yeah, I should be sipping Sriracha right now or something, because right there, that was an open net. That was a freebie. Sir overthinking the issue. RNZ's only gone throwing it off wide. Good stuff. Nuke still had boost in the tank to be able to turn on it. But both these 2 teams just a little bit clumsy with their opportunities. That's a wicked good shot and good reactions from Turb.
RNZ sets it up, it's way too far wide. Got to leave it for Melox instead, and even he's going to have to go rotating back to the defensive line. And we're just going back and forth here. Attack, rotate, defend, attack, rotate, defend from both sides. Again, back of the backboard, RNZ finally secures at 5 minutes 50 on the OT board. Sir has secured game 1.
And this is the best opportunity Sir have had. It's their first proper through and through passing play, and you can see it works. You sort of wonder after that, so we're going for a lot of pressure plays, but why? When they're such great players, they can pass it, use that backboard to one another, but instead they just choose to keep hammering that backboard that towards net and wait for Vision Gaming to run out of boost. But Frosty's doing great work getting the ball up high and trying to air dribble it on out. Turb and Nessie have really picked up their clearance game to find open space. So it's a super interesting series. I know production would hate it, But I hope this sort of keeps on going like this because it is really tense between these two guys.
What? Are you serious? You want us to keep going in that kind of overtime fashion? Like, they barely kept it together. Very, very awkward stuff coming, and I have to disagree with you on that one wholeheartedly here, Bacon. Vision Gaming.
They'll pick up the skill
I think
level.
they've been getting...
Go on. They'll pick up the skill level, but just how close these two teams are is really tantalizing when you think VG.
Oh, what? Oh my nukes! Oh, what a... You're joking. That's amazing. No one's in the net, and Nukes just doesn't even shoot directly. It's just like a floating ball, just slow descending into the net. That's a start that I don't think Vision Gaming really would have wanted to take here, Bacon.
No. It definitely isn't. But VG will be fine. They just got to keep ambitious, because that's really their biggest sort of like power right now, is that they do get creative. Nessie and Turb want to get right into the fray, and I mean, Frosty is Frosty, right? He's always popping off with little touches like that, keeping into the fold, but he needs a second man to pick up on those lines. It feels to me like Turb and Nessie aren't used to playing at that level, and are so on offering him that option.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, unlucky on the save, but good shot.
Unlucky for your tongue if this keeps going on. 2-0 for the Sur side. In just the first minute, they've gained a major advantage. But we have seen Vision Gaming bring it back from these brinks. So I'm going to give them a little bit of credit and see how far they can go. There's still 4 minutes left. So, you know, there's plenty of time. Plenty of time for this to happen. Nessie off that midfield here, the kickoff. Second teammates there in Turb, trying to shove players out of the way. Frosty's not going to give him a chance. And you mentioned him being the main pop-off man for the Vision Gaming side. I guess it really is a battle of who's going to pop off the hardest, Nukes or Frosty. Because right now it seems like they've been the ones that lead in the charge for their respective sides over the course of this season. But as of right now, Milox and RNZ have had their moments. There might be some extra formation around the likes of the opposition. RNZ shoots high off the crossbar, bounce back past the line. 3-0 now for Sur, and they are looking to take easy control of this one.
Yeah, just starting to play so much more confident in attack. Putting forward shots like that, way above the bar, more difficult to save. And then having a second player to just swoop on in, put that second shot, basically overload the defense. It's an effective strat, and it just makes me question, like, where was this Sur in game one, you know?
Turb up here with a dribble play. Challenging on two players as they try and recover this scenario, because Sur started to look really decent. Turned away by Milox, however, on this counter-attack. Turb also beating out RNZ. Pinch back. Milox going to wait inside that box. Bit off angle, however, so in the end the clear can come through pretty effectively. Nukes with an awkward touch as well, but keeps control of this ball and allows RNZ to find a clear back off the backboard. Second touch. Beating out Frosty, and he rolls that in for the fourth goal to the board of Sur, and this is starting to look very disastrous here for Vision Gaming. I imagine that Bacon is starting to sweat a little bit.
I am fully slumping back in my chair right now. I will admit to that. Make yourself as small as possible, right? That's the strat. It's still early doors, but yeah, just straight up a commanding lead from Sur in these first 2 minutes. There's only been 2 minutes, and it's like night and day different compared to that first game. You just wonder where that difference is. Like I said before, Sur just putting forward so many better attacks. RNZ there just looking to keep control, and then the follow-up from Nukes, a little bit sloppy. Clearly that was going to the player from Vision Gaming. But Vision as well just aren't offering these rapid-fire attacks. They're not following up to each other. They're not giving each other options. And so it's just leading to these easy pickups and gain of control for Swiss Incredible Rebels.
Ball off the backboard here. Nessie, even this for Turb to come up here with the dribble plays down into the box. Milox sends it over to the right-hand side. Nukes there off the backboard again. Bounce out to the center line. RNZ beats everybody on the defensive scramble to all hell for Vision Gaming. And this game is just a formality, it feels like, for Sur now.
Yeah, it's done. It's going to have to be the full reverse sweep for Vision Gaming. Sure, VG can get 1, maybe 2 goals back into this one, a third perhaps, but 5? You just don't see that unless, I don't know, Sir just start to crumble left, right, and center. But to me, it just looks like straight up throwing it towards net there. Frosty, I don't know what the idea was, because either he needs the second man that's going to quickly swoop on in, or he's thrown it on over to his opponents. He's given over control. And it's just, it stinks right now of not really having a plan. Frosty pushing in for the 50-50 is fine, but he needs someone out on the wide so much quicker, and that actually works somehow.
All right, that's a decent way back in. That's a start out for Vision Gaming. Good touch back of Frosty, especially beating out Melox. So there you go, 1 to the board of Vision Gaming. Still 4 to make up, but as you mentioned, it might just be better for them to just write this game off and look towards game 3 onwards. Because to return as many goals as they need to in such a short time span. Like, yeah, 4 minutes ago, maybe that could have been possible, but right now, probably less or so. A minute to the clock, and Nukes is just still maintaining control. RNZ and Melox getting in each other's way a little bit, so there are some counteractions coming in from Vision Gaming that will send back over to the bronze half, but the 60-second gong is about to sound, and again, 4 goals to make up in that time. I would say that's pretty much impossible.
Yeah, it is just coming down to decision-making there. Like, Nessie getting challenged by RNZ. You are always going to have that case of RNZ will beat you out in the 50-50. That's just what happens on the wall there. So why not have players ready up on the backboard? Why not communicating? That's really where things have dropped on off, is the communication for Vision Gaming, where they're just not stacking themselves up correctly.
Great shot to the right. Melox unable to connect the ball into the left-hand side, and Frosty can lead the charge back downfield. And Nukes cuts it off of the midfield line. Melox challenging Nessie will be able to follow it around, and Turb has contention. Nukes and RNZ on the counter-attack. Nessie puts that back into the midfield line, onto the mid-center as well. Nessie puts that over, and RNZ will try contest alongside Frosty here. But 2 seconds left, and this ball should hit the floor. Maybe get a goal in, but even then, it will not change the result of this being a game for the Surf side. 2-0 now. And with a game as confident as that one, it's time to be scared of Vision Gaming. So, Bacon, at this stage, I have one very important question to ask you. How do you handle your spices?
Okay. I don't know, the same as anyone else. It's fine. It's fine. Just wait. Reverse sweep. It's all for the story, all for the drama, the script. I'm telling you, I rigged it beforehand. It's fine. You will be the one with the sauce.
There is a nervous quiver in your voice. I'm not sure you're speaking entirely truthfully there, Bacon. And definitely it would be a glorious day in Switzerland when I get to see you eat a tablespoonful of hot sauce. Can I choose the hot sauce, Raf? Am I allowed to do that? Can I choose which one he goes for? He's not responding to me, so I'm just going to guess that I can. Game 3 underway here for Vision Gaming. Off to the corner of the half. Attacking forces in. Nukes off the ceiling. We'll try and back off. Put over to the right-hand side. 33 points of boost. He challenges in. Sends it over towards Melox here for the dribble plays. To a wrap around into the box itself, but a little bit thrown off by the defensive line. Vision Gaming able to defend against that opening goal coming in. RNZ over the corner, thumping players out of the way, and the back and forth nature of the attacking forces trying to get spooled up here for a decent opportunity.
Decent aggression coming on out, and instantly you can see the break helping Vision Gaming, but still a little bit clustered. A couple of mistakes, a couple of whiffs coming on through from Sir, but they are looking more the contenders here. Interesting move from Melox. Definitely call it on to Nukes to fake it, perhaps? Don't know. It's just very odd.
I mean, it almost worked out with a goal right there, but it just gets blocked off the post. Turned away, Turb and Frosty up and over. We'll be able to block and send that back over to the corner. RNZ challenging, and it's sent it up once again here for the aggressive side. Melox puts that on target. Frosty's got a lot of breathing room, so we'll be able to defend against it, beat out RNZ, and allow Turb to take control of the counter-attack. He's going to try to bump Nukes out of the way, but Nukes evades, challenges, puts that off into the midfield line. Nessie and Melox with their own respective challenges. Frosty into the midfield again, challenging, touching, sending it over. RNZ and Melox getting involved here. Ball off the corner, Turb back into players pinching away. The blocks are still inbound. Awkward balls getting closer towards the Sir half, and then Sir net especially. This is not looking like the game 3 that I expected, especially considering what followed in game 2. Frosty still attacking, but unable to find a goal just yet.
Yeah, it's super. What? How unlucky to putting the shot back on. It's a super slow one, and it will connect. You're right, Jay. Where on earth have we gone from that game 1 to the game 2 to the game 3, and they've just all looked almost like 3 different sets of teams playing, right?
Yeah. Really close effort on game 1. 5-1 in game 2. And a very long time to get the ball going and get the actual goal in for the likes of Vision Gaming, and they still missed it on the post for that first shot attempt of that sequence. But it is a goal nonetheless, taken away by the likes of Nukes. Nessie still on, and they're trying to find a way out of this position. Vision Gaming with much faster pace here, so getting a little bit complacent in this game, it feels like. Got to find a way to counter-attack and get themselves back in the lead. 2.5 minutes to go, and it's still only a single goal that separates them. Good setup for Melox, and Nukes is there in the back lines. He's beaten, though. Open net for Frosty, and that's a 2-0 now for Vision.
I can't get hopeful, Jay. I just can't do it. Not yet. Not yet. But 2-0 up right now. This is the moment where confidence is going to be needed for Vision Gaming, for them to start being realistic in their expectations. Taking a game is good, of course, naturally in the sense of going up against Minus Anti next week. Even though that's just all going to come down to the game win, it feels like. But just to keep on preparing themselves to make sure that they get saves like that, they don't let them just slip on by. Good confidence coming through from Frosty there to make the save, but they've got to keep at it. Time is not up just yet. They do have a 2-goal lead, but I mean, you take a look at that game 2, what was it, 5-0 in favor to the Swiss Incredible Rebels. They can't rest yet.
Oh, flick up for Nukes, trying to take it into Melox, block out, Nukes to follow it up, and he's unable to do so. Challenges on the defensive, and they keep it together. Cross back in, Melox with a chance, he puts it down to the left. There's no further shots in. Turb, control out, challenging Nukes, and RNZ will try to shove Nukes out of the way. RNZ sets that up for Melox, but it's taken away by Frosty. A lot of breathing room given the Division defensive. Awkward backboard touch follows suit from Frosty, takes it off the backboard into that corner play. RNZ into the hands of Nessie. Nukes and Melox just can't quite seem to find a decent aggressive play. They've got 100 points to boost on Melox's part. Good challenge into the corner again. But Vision are once again having a great time about keeping it as far away from the net as possible. 60 seconds left, and Nukes needs to step up here. They're 2 goals down.
To me, it's going to be weird to say, but certainly need to give a little bit more breathing room in their attacks, because they're too close to the net, meaning that then they don't have the time to react quick enough. So they need to step a couple of car lengths back, and then they'll be able to put more effective pressure on.
Ball off to the sideboard. RNZ again takes control into the hands of Nessie. Once again, they're feeding the ball control over to Vision. Nessie's got the control back, followed up by Frosty. And he gets his second goal involved, and that might secure this game. And really, Frosty has to taken the ball by the horns in this one. 2 goals, 3 saves, 3 shots. The stats just piling on top of everybody here. And Vision Gaming may hold some contest in this series still.
Nessie with a brilliant little setup. Frosty's been doing fantastic. And Turb, you can just see this team is a lot more structured. That's a great follow-up shadow play to the second man as a third. And I just do not understand Rocket League sometimes.
Neither do I. Again, this series has been all sorts of crazy. Like,
it does feel like D&D, and they're just rolling D20s. And this one right now is a Nat 20 for Vision Gaming. They got the Nat 1 last time round.
Oh, still down in this series. Oh my god. Now they're just getting banger after banger to close out the game and reinstate their confidence. Got one game going their way. It's 1 out of 3 that they'll need in a row, and what we thought was going to be a write-off in that previous game is now turning into serious contention again for Vision Gaming.
They're giving me hope, Jen. I'm scared. I'd accepted the L.
You were ready to get like, just have your tongue completely bombed out.
But now is a possibility, and I'm there smiling. You can't help it in a situation like this. But Vision Gaming are going to be feeling very similar, where they just went, let's play for fun. You know, if we lose, we lose. You know, with a performance like that in game 2, you can see Sir are somewhat aware of what's going on, and Melox taking this time to ready up. They're talking. They're trying to figure out a game plan, how to counter this. And it's really just where they're going wrong. You look at it, and all their creativity from game 2 is just vanished. And like I pointed out earlier, where they're going for these backboard passing plays or into the corners, they're too close to nets. They can't get up in the air quick enough. And so basically, it's all on Sir to just make their own adjustments. It's not really been Vision Gaming stepping on up. Don't get me wrong, they did with their attacking plays, but defense hasn't really changed for VG.
Yeah, Sir have let one out of the gate, but still, again, needing 2 more in a row for Vision Gaming to reverse sweep this. Hope has been brought for Digital Bacon, but will it continue to be hopeful as the game rolls on? Game 4, now up and live. Nukes and Melox and Co trying to see if they can find a way back out of the defensive line. They've been pushed back to the back foot already. Turb trying to set up Frosty, bump out! Just barely defended by Nukes' part. And they keep themselves under control for the opening goal. If they lose momentum very early in this one, then this could be a very difficult game again for Sir, and what could turn into a very difficult rest of the series for them. RNZ inside that box. Turb takes the defensive save. Off into the midfield, Demo's involved. RNZ actually wraps around and tries to hold himself contention alongside Melox off the backboard. Second touch is a fantastic goal. No, it hits the post. Follow-up from RNZ's also off-centre. And it cannot go in the back of the net despite 2 fantastic opportunities for Sir.
Double commit as well right there. Turb's going up for it, but Frosty does get a very good touch, punching it into the corner, and this is going to be a high ball. Melox gets the clear, and Nessie has been playing a fantastic third man today, Jay, where he's just staying so far back that he's got so much control and dictation over this ball. He knows where it's going to finish.
Oh, good attempt there from Nukes, but a little bit too slow off the backboard. Turb's going to try to get involved, and that's what he'll be able to do. RNZ takes it up, and Nessie sends that one high. Melox with a redirective chance, picking his chance inside the box, but unable to get those shots in to the back of the net. A couple of really great opportunities here for Sir, and they've got the attacking pressure to their favour right now. Melox, again high off the ceiling, great control, denied by Nessie's save. Nukes comes up and again dribbles it in against Nessie's part. Will turn that away into the corner. Turb and RNZ backboard play, third man not able to be received. Frosty gets right back on the counter-attack, gets that next opportunity in the Vision Gaming side. Shot from Turb, almost sails right past them, but RNZ gets involved.
That was so well worked by Vision Gaming to get the ball down on the field. They could see clearances weren't working. Take it back to their own corner, and then a big follow-up pass in play. Ness is going to be able to turn around on this, but he's got no boost. He needs to back off this. He can't just keep on hounding upwards. He's throwing his team into rotative hell.
Find that clear in the end of the midfield line. Melox bounced down, chance available for Nukes. He's found the angle, and he's found the goal to open up this game for Sir.
Called it on earlier. Nessie got back, and he's still got no boost there, just basically going pad to pad on his return after he had used most. He couldn't pick up the 100 in the corner, so he's still just going pad to pad from the side and just wasn't in a confident place to make a save. Any sort of strong defense. So Sir back into this, and that's a massive one. You've got to think after that last game not being able to get a single goal, Sir are going to have their confidence back now.
Melox and Turb testing each other. Melox beaten. RNZ holds the defensive, and Nukes comes up on the backboard, allowing RNZ a chance to get the counter-attack involved. We'll see it back over towards Nukes. The passing play is looking good. Nukes looking for his duck down. Third man coming in to the left-hand side. Melox tries to go for the strike, but it's blocked out and is actually sent a little bit further than RNZ was initially anticipating here. Going to wrap around, take that moment to get the defensive together. A challenge attempted. Pass into Melox again, taken away by Frosty's part. And Vision Gaming starting to adapt to the setups that Sir are taking here.
Super close. Melox versus Frosty, and Frosty does so well, just hanging back, letting his opponent go for that initial touch, because it's always the second that wins it on out. Melox is getting very creative with these aerial plays as well. He's wanting to get a highlight reel worthy goal. Just only one up on the board right now. Final 1 minute 30.
And Turbo 20 points of boost. RNZ contests him. Frosty sent up, sends it wide towards Turb's part. Nukes gets involved of the sideboard, keeping it as far away as possible, if possible at all. RNZ sending it over to the box here. And all they have to do is defend this one at this stage here, so I mean, it would be nice if they can get that 2-0 buffer, and that would be definitively getting this game and this series on the wraps. A minute to the clock. Oh, Milox rebounds it in. It slips past everybody again, the most perfect of angles. And now Vision Gaming are in trouble.
That they are 1 minute till victory for Sir. They might have just given up game 3, but it was just them trying to put a little bit of hope in their opponents, you know, build them up to knock them on down. 1 minute left to go, and VG have got to make magic happen now. They can't rest. They have to run.
48 seconds, and Sir moments away from taking this series, and by extension, keeping Vision from getting a single win here in the TCS Esports League. You thought that they would have slipped a little bit further out, given the latest form that they've demonstrated, but that's not been so far. Ball off the backboard, following suit from RNZ, turned away. Turb's got to shoot back down the other end of the field. Nukes will block it off, and Milox will follow suit into the corner. 18 seconds. Frosty needs a goal, and needs it now. They cannot allow a counter to come through, because that might not be enough. Turb off the backboard one more time. Milox dribbles it down into the corner, and I think that might be it, Bacon. I hope you're ready to prepare yourself come land in Switzerland, because it's a 3-1 for Sir. A victory for me, as Bacon will be forced to eat some hot sauce. And still no wins for Vision Gaming.
I'll take it with pride as well, because, Jay, for me anyway, that means the fight for that promotion relegation spot goes on into next week, because, not to be harsh on my insanity, but I don't see him beating Edelweiss today, especially with the form Edelweiss are in right now. So Vision Gaming have got some questions, you know, to ask themselves, and going into next week, it all comes down to the wire. It don't matter about game differential for those two sides. It will just come down to one single win, and that is beautiful.
Indeed it is. Now all I'm going to go do right here is I'm just going to go Google the a hot sauce called The Bomb, and I'll see if I can get that sent over to Switzerland in time for the LAN event itself, because I'm so looking forward to this. You put the challenge up, and I was right this time, so now I'm the analyst now, and I can analyze it. So it definitely did look good. It didn't even require Nukes as well. We thought he'd be the main star player that would be able to get them geared up and get them really going on this one, but he wasn't even required as prevalently as I expected. Like, even RNZ and Milox had their moments in that series, but we will get to hear from the star man of the Surf side as Nukes joins us here in the commentary box after this short break. Do not go anywhere as the TCS Esports League will continue after this. Welcome back to the TCS Esports League. The king of Swiss Incredible Rebels, Nukes, is joining us once again here in the commentary box to discuss his win above the Vision Gaming side. A 3-1 result, so not exactly completely undefeated, but you guys took a pretty confident one at the end of the day. And I want to start off by saying thank you for not making me hot sauce salad. We have it prepared. It's going to be one of the really, really hot ones that you see on like spicy wing shows. But for you individually and for your team, like it felt like you weren't even necessarily like the main man of that roster. Like me and Bacon were saying, if there's one guy who's going to win this game, it was Nukes, but you had Melox and RNZ there to back you up, and they had a lot of highlight moments of themselves. So first thing I want to ask you is that, have you been preparing that, or did that just come out of nowhere?
I mean, I think we're all like all three of us are on like the same level of like gameplay, I guess. And I mean, from my experience, I'm still thinking that Melox and RNZ are a lot better than me, because I'm still learning from them like a lot more. So like from consistency wise, these two players are like very, very strong, and they have showed that in the previous seasons as well, and they're showing that this season as well. So yeah, it's not just me, it's like the whole team.
And going into the next week then, because you guys have just opened up that possibility to truly get yourselves at that promotion relegation zone, are you feeling it now? Do you think it can happen? Because today when you guys were playing, let's take game 2 as an example, that was you lot stepping up. Game 3, it sort of like fell back a little bit, but game 2, that was Sir playing peak Sir. You were actually connecting with each other and passing. So what was the difference for you guys in that game 2 where you just suddenly peaked?
I think it's just the adrenaline that came from game 1 after that almost 10-minute game. I mean, we were kind of in a rush, and since we got the win, we kind of got the momentum going, and we just kept going with that momentum. In game 3 then, we had an unlucky beginning, which just stopped our momentum basically, but we were able to get back into it.
Well, for you guys this season, you guys have been fighting off relegation. Unfortunately, it's not exactly been the best of seasons for you guys. And in terms of this league, you've been in that bottom sort of 4 position. But with this win, you still hold a chance to make your way up to the top 6. So tell me what you think your chances are of still making it into that playoff position.
I don't really know, to be honest. I think it depends on how Sparks plays, if I'm correct. So, I mean, I'm hoping that we will get into the playoffs. I mean, that's like our goal basically. Like, we don't really want to be in relegation, so I'm still thinking that we have a good chance. Sparks, I mean, we still have a pretty good chance. So yeah, I'm confident. I'm confident we will. Yeah.
Well, exactly off the back of that, how do you think Sparks are going to do today against Ira Legacy? Because you faced Ira already before, so that matchup for Sparks anyway is going to be the one to get on out. Ira Legacy not safe. If they, of course, take down Sparks later, they'll be safe into that 5th, 6th spot. But what's your take on that series? Do you think Sparks can do the upset, or Ira going to take it?
I think skill-wise, both teams, like individual, like just for the players' sake, the skills are very, very similar. I mean, yeah, they're very similar. But just because Ira Legacy has been that, like these 3 players have been in that roster for such a long time, I think that their consistency and their communication is just a lot better, which will probably lead to a win for Ira Legacy. So yeah, that's just my prediction.
Well, you guys will be up against that Sparks side next week as well, so I want to ask your opinions on that matchup, what you've got going into it. You know, how do you think you'll fare against Sparks next week?
I have absolutely no idea, because sometimes they play like very, very strong and very consistent, but sometimes they make some very fatal mistakes. I'm hoping next week that they will do the second option. So, but yeah, I mean, it's very close. I think it's very close, but I'm still thinking that we're gonna get the win against Spurs. Not gonna be wrong.
I'm lacking the confidence at the very least. So, well, I mean, a great breakdown of it. I'm actually looking forward to see how well Sparks will be doing later on today. But for now, you guys yourselves have done extremely well, and you'll be facing off against that team next week. So, congratulations on the win. Good luck going forward. Hope to see you at the LAN. Fingers crossed. But we'll let you go ahead and prepare for that matchup as we head towards a short break and look towards our 3rd series between the Coconutters and Lausanne. And a reminder to you all that you can now enter the TCS halftime show by typing #halftime in the Twitch chat right now. If you want more details, !halftime. I got it right this time, Bacon, so there you go. Make sure you go ahead and get signed up for that. And after the 3rd series, we'll go to our halftime show. For now, we'll go towards a break, so don't go anywhere.
That's what I'm talking about.
We are Lausanne Esport and we aim for top 1 this season.
And welcome back to the TCSE Sports League. We're getting into our third best of 5 of the day. Coconuts are taking on the Lausanne camp, as we mentioned there before. Lausanne did just say on that hype video that they were looking for the top 1 position. Well, now they're taking on the team that are de facto in that top 1 position. Yes, slightly Salty might be ahead in terms of the current rankings, but that's before Coconuts have had a chance to play today. So I imagine that with this series in mind, with a single game difference behind for the Coconuts at this moment here, you can imagine that they've got plenty of opportunities to take that first place position back here. For Lausanne, it's not really been very similar to the likes of Sir. It's not exactly been their season, has it, Bacon?
No, Lausanne coming into this season, especially after performances from last on that VG roster, you think with picking up Kiva that they were going to be able to go to that next level purely because swapping out Kara for Kiva, you saw trying to solidify that third man role. But the issue was not Kiva at the start. It was always the connections and link-ups between Stocky and Safix. And it felt more like it was a whole general team plan went missing. So bringing in Iravella, they've upped the pace, it feels like, and that's made the whole team more comfortable. But they're just going all-out attack. And the defense can fall back every now and then. It's been a little bit awkward, but they have been making improvements nonetheless. So coming into this one up against Coconuts, if Coconuts are caught sleeping, it could fall away from them, but I'm seeing it's the Dead Monster Texo and Yagi combo, which has proven to be their most deadly combo. And I just think, looking at this, Lausanne should be happy to just get a game in a series like this, because Coconuts are on just a whole nother level. I think at the moment, probably still favourites to take this season. You know, Edelweiss taking them down is like that sort of caveat because they're still just trying to adjust right now, and things can go weird in the finals where we've seen Coconuts step up in the past. But yeah, it's like this is the true proving point if Lausanne are as big as their bite. If their bite's as big as their bark.
Got that phraseology in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, for them, it's very important that they get a number of games at the very least here in this series, because we look at the situation right now for them, and they're still teetering on the edge of relegation, with only a couple of games separating them from Sir now. So the difference could be massive if they lose all 3 games. They could dip down into the relegation fight, and then suddenly Sparks will looking to overtake an absolutely legendary name in the TCS Esports League. Lausanne have been there since Season 1, and what a moment it would be to see them being relegated. We've seen it happen before, but to see it happen again would be pretty disastrous, I want to say, for this squad. Lausanne, as a result, I think that, yeah, you might in terms of the match itself, you could be happy with a single game, but it would put them in a seriously bad spot if they were able to be there, because at that point they would be tied up with the Sir side. I think they need to take it to a game 5 at least. They don't want to try and hold contention in this one, but I can't see them getting a win above the Coconut side.
Yeah, Lausanne are safe from that auto demotion right now. they could wind up either safe or in that promotion relegation tournament, but realistically with their skill level they should be quite confident going into that, of course knowing that the best team from that promotion relegation tournament is going to get that auto promotion spot. So right now it's all about building up to that next level and just keeping their heads in the game, taking it day by day, week by week, and looking towards next season.
Well, Coconut has already got themselves off on the right foot here, taking a very good shot from Texo's part. Then Monster coming up here with the boost in play, putting it back down into the box. Iravella there for the defense, and Yagi following suit here with 100 points of boost. Will leave that ball to go down. Stocky and Iravella blocked off by Texo. Good controlled into the ball, taken away on the demo back. Yagi gets 2 players out of position, so no rotations inbound. Stocky still gets there, though. The one player they couldn't get the demo on, but Yagi still shoots and forces the own goal for Lausanne to concede the first to the Coconut side.
Yeah, getting a little bit too close here, Lausanne. Stocky did good enough, and Iravella just sort of charging at it, hoping to cover off as much as he can, and yeah, that's just sort of unlucky for Lausanne. The initial idea to bring stuff in for dribbles is good, but you can see the lines are getting a little bit crossed. That natural chemistry seems to just be a little bit awkward still.
1 minute into this game, and it has been a very good start for the Coconut side. Their first shot in, and a very good offensive play as well from Texo's part. He has been probably, alongside Yagi, the main 2 guys here for this team in this game so far. And these 2 players will continue on the defensive line here as the Lausanne side will get a couple of opportunities at the black half. Pressing forward, Safik shot directly to target. It was an open net for a moment, but Texo does respond towards it. Dashed up by Safik. Stocky putting it close. Texo's got to go for the save. He will be able to do so. Stocky can't redirect it in. Safik's to the 3rd and final strike, and it's still tipped away by Yagi's part. Again, those 2 players working wonderfully in the back line.
But it is looking so much better again on that attack. Lausanne really improving, really threatening there. The problem is you're just going up against Coconuts, who are so good at that one-man defense, so they're able to take on shot after shot after shot. They can withhold so much pressure.
Safik's back into the corner, wrap around, turn over to the right-hand side. Iravella off that ceiling into the midfield. Texo with a bit of a breakaway miss, or leave it for Yagi instead. So they got themselves pretty decently backed up there. Ball off the backboard as well. Texo with a responsive secondary touch, 3rd in for Den Monster as he gets his goal in and gets that 2nd to the border Coconutters.
Yeah, super solid play. The pass up from Yagi. Stocky a bit too slow into that. Probably not expecting Texo from that angle. Maybe not even saw, you know, if your field of view. And that's a beautiful little layoff. Just, again, this is why Coconuts are nuts. They're just always knocking shots away. Sometimes they can be fancy, like this idea coming through from Dead Monster. But most of the time, it's just solid passing plays.
And continuous shots here from Texo as he continues to strike back for the Coconuts camp. Yagi gets that ball up high into the midfield, leaves it for the likes of Texo to come back with a strike. That's bouncing off the post, just on the line. Still getting close here as Lausanne just scramble to hold the defensive together. Texo with another attempt will get set up here as Yagi to find as well. Will play it into him. We'll go for that shot and Savage will take it away. Then Monster wrapping around with no points to boost. Iravella coming forward. Yagi puts that off to the backboard once again. Pinch away, trying to leave it for a second teammate. Texo will come forward again. Unable to get the shot this time. Dead Monster's got to fall back behind him and try and hold the ball inside that corner for the moment. It's not quite a setup to an attack. They will try and find one here, but for the most part, Lausanne may have control. Yagi gets involved though. Dead Monster's right behind him. Yagi goes for the solo play. It's way too far wide.
Again, attack after attack, really spreading Lausanne thin, but they hold on. It does go to show the caliber these players are at, and it's just so weird to see them down currently in what, 6th position, because they truly are top of the leaderboard players, but just not having a good one. A bit of a naff season right off, go to the next, come back even stronger. That's when you take it. But here, it's so impressive to see how they can play against literally, like you said, the at the moment by default top team in Coconutters. Just waiting on the confirmation today. Could be down to that scoreline. Because they're making Coconuts work super hard for this.
Yeah, 3-0. Coconuts are having a really, really good time about this. Lausanne, the same cannot be said for them. This game difference could start slipping further and further down the field. Yagi into that corner. Den Monster hunt for his own opportunity here into the offensive half, but it doesn't go so far as to go much further than that offensive line. Maybe a ball up for Safix or Stocky instead. Turned away from the crossbars position, and the defensive holds true again. Yagi challenged by Safix, puts that over off the ceiling. Dunk down chance for Stocky, missed out, just pinched away by Dead Monster. Texo and Yagi combine, unable to get much pressure on it. Texo, backboard touch, redirection, goes directly on target, but doesn't go past the line. As Stocky's there for the defensive. Not like it'll matter. Counter-attack won't be able to do anything either. 5 seconds to the clock. And it'll be game 1 for the Coconut side.
Probably what we were expecting coming into this one. Maybe not 3-0, 3-1 I would probably put this at. But it is just, again, that build-up. When you look at Lausanne, they can get down to that midfield line quite easily. They can sometimes throw it into their opponent's half, but it's keeping it in their opponent's half, being able to keep that pressure going. That, to me, when you look at it, just means Coconuts are finding ways out too easily. The pressure is not locking Coconuts into their own half. It's not doing that same, like, you notice when you look at Coconuts and their attack, it's just consistent hit after hit after hit. As soon as Lausanne make a save, there's a second player from Coconuts rotating onto it. We nearly got a moment like that from Lausanne at the end, but where Iravella had sort of overcommitted and his teammates weren't ready for it, they then just had to fall back all the way to the midfield line.
Game 2 underway. Coconut is definitely looking confident here against the Lausanne side. Can't say we're too shocked at that. Yagi comes up, sends this ball over to the right-hand side, trying to follow in against Iravella's part. Dead Monster in with his shot. Yagi trying to, I think it was Texo actually trying to clear out the, no, it was Yagi trying to clear out the back line. Texo then out of the midfield. The ball sent so close towards the net, but there's just no follow-up. There's no finish there for Lausanne. Done everything right up until the last hurdle, and is still unable to get the goals in against Coconutters. Ball again set up close. Iravella with a chance, and it does go in this time. Okay, one player to beat, and he beat him out this time.
Yeah, they caught. Coconuts unexpected. Texo getting the clearance there. Death Monster just a fraction away. And Yagi was heading back to net, not expecting a shot to come through. Probably just confident that Dead Monster was going to get the hit. Coconuts have that much confidence in each other. And those are the moments you get goals against them. Lausanne have found one, but they're not a team that are just going to look to hold on to a single goal lead. They can't do that. So they need to keep on just playing the game. Just keep on putting a bit of pressure on. That was a fantastic idea. They just needed a second man ready to get onto it a lot quicker. But you can see Lausanne have got all the pieces to the puzzle right now. They just got to stick them in the right places.
Good attempt there from Iravella's part. Backboard play into him, actually. Stocky recovers that position and gets a 2-0 lead for Lausanne. All right. Game 1 was looking a little bit touch and go and slow from this side, but now that they're going, Lausanne are looking like a really good squad.
Yagi a little bit overzealous there. Needed to stay towards his own backboard and then just try and read it to jump out there. He thought he was going to be quick enough to challenge onto it and paid the price, because Texo in net, when that ball's coming in so fast, it is so difficult to read where that's going to be in. Well, Dead Monster is already out. You know, he's not due to be there until the next shot on. And wow, that's a great push out to mid.
Indeed it is. Texo and Yagi combining with each other to bounce down to the corner, go for the shot on target, and find that first to the board of the Coconutters cap. Lausanne 2-1 up to the board. Still in the advantage. That's about to change. At least it looked like it was about to. Iravella gets that touch in and the ball just beats out the last attacker there of the Coconutters side. Yagi and Dead Monster still continuing to contest ahead of the midfield line. Continue the attacking owners, continue that pressure that they've had all game long so far.
That last goal was weird as well, because if you noticed, you saw Stocky with a little bit of a backflip. I don't exactly know why, but Lausanne are having to predict everything here to pre-jump to be able to match the pace, because whilst they're super strong, you can just see the natural chemistry between players is not up to the same level as Coconutters, who just put on shots like that almost effortlessly and are super threatening. Aravella's got a run, but Stocky! Binned it, put it out right. He's going to be kicking himself, because naturally he's going to be his own worst critic there.
Yeah, past half-time, not quite the 3-1 that Lausanne would have wanted. Instead, it might well be a 2-all. Texo and Dead Monster with a run-up. Yagi just tipped wide of the marker instead by the defensive line of the Lausanne camp, so we maintain control of this one past that half-time. And speaking of half-time, a reminder to you all, the half-time show is still open to enter, #halftime. I think you should be contacted after this game as well, if memory serves me correctly. That might have also changed, but I'm not 100% certain. But more details, again, ! Halftime, #halftime, all that jazz. Safix passing the Stocky, higher the crossbar for that shot. He's trying to follow it up. He takes it away from his teammate. I feel like Stocky's ego in this game is getting the better of him.
There's the sign that there's communication issues. If Stocky's wanted to just run it up the wall, not only take it to all, but then run it up and jump out. Whilst on 0 boost, his teammates will be keeping track, because you sort of know roughly what level your own teammates are at. You don't know exactly, but that's a massive issue if they think he's just passing it on to them and he's not. Everything's looking so good right now for Lausanne. So many improvements, but there is the core of the issue is just that they don't know what's going on with each other. There is a fundamental communication issue going on.
No communication issues for the Coconut side though. Yagi's like, I've got it, bail me out. Touch in, Den Monster, you got this? Yes, buddy, yes I do. 2-all to the board. Coconutters might have had the disadvantage for the majority of this game, but now with a minute to go, they're back in at evens.
On attack, that's so easy. Yagi, yes, is confident that he's got it, but he's going for such a thin angle, he knows that if he messes it up, it's going into that post. Dead Monster knows that as well, so it's going to be moving, swinging on out into the middle of goal, because that's going to be where it bounces out to. He's also given himself just the right amount of leeway by being far enough out from net to know if it doesn't go where he predicts, he can at least get a little bit of a touch to push it to a corner. And that's how you play that scenario.
30 seconds left on the clock, and Stocky and Safix getting involved in the attacking force to keep this one inside the center line. Yagi does find its clear away, however, and Iravella beaten. Backs out for Texo. Safix leaves that one entirely, actually. Allows entire control for the return away from Iravella and Stocky's part. 10 seconds, one more play, one more dunk. Safix got it too far wide. That could have denied overtime. Aravella's still going for it. Safix waiting in the center with his chance. And Texo at the midfield line leaves that ball instead for Dead Monster in his own dribble. He's demoed out of the way. Safix left with the play to flick it up for Stocky to take it off the sideball. Back into Safix, who takes it out to no man's land. And it will touch the floor there for overtime in game 2.
Well, Lausanne, big step up, you know. After getting 3-0'd in, no, Safix did that right. He could read the speed of his opponents and knew that he had to send it up high across above net for a second player to come on in. So that's good adjustments coming out from Lausanne as they're building up confidence. Pass on in towards Iravella, but yeah, good blocks coming out from Yagi. And notice how he's still got the boost afterwards to be able to chase onto that. Boost management for Coconutters with these 3 players is just on a whole nother level.
Iravella up here with a touch out on the corner play. Turned away, Yagi trying to see if he can send it back. He's actually pretty successful in doing so. Texo unable to follow it up. And Stocky and Safix getting in each other's way once again. Den Monster with that clear out. Texo and Dead off that corner play. Bounce back, contention off that backboard. Yagi will try to take it in with a second touch, try and dribble it underneath Safix's part. Texo a bit more successful. Dead Monster up with the receiver, but even he's a little bit off kilter. Sends it in for Texo though, still finds an opportunity. He's unable to get the goal in though. We return back to the Coconutters half. Yagi leaving this for Dead again. He's got plenty of boost to find this breakaway alongside Texo. Bounce out, third man should be getting involved at this one, but Safix just takes that ball right back out. They're 2 spread apart here for the Coconutters.
Interesting point put on there in chat, of course, from Zonorous. This match has no business being this close on paper. At the start of the season, Jay, we would all say, no, it does. This is how we expect it to go, you know, between these two teams. But it's just going to show, like, the performance in the season they had. That's the difference with form. You can have good days and bad days. And today, Lausanne is stepping up to the challenge. They had learned from the mistakes in Game 1 and in Game 2 are doing the business. But you can see they don't have a clear advantage. They're cutting it so close to the margin. They're trying to bring in demos right now, but they're just a little bit mistimed. So you've got Yagi respawning back in defense where he needed to be.
Attack continues. Their monster blocked off. Yagi looking to continue to maintain control alongside Texo. That corner challenge on one man. Safik took the demo in to take out one of the midfield players. Yagi still tees this one up high off the backboard. Second touch in the Texo instead. The pass is good. The shot is not. Stocky challenged by Dead Monster again. Iravella here with control. Challenged by Texo again. Stocky ever the defensive. Dead Monster. It's got so much work to do here. I mean, in general, it's felt like a bit of a struggle for as of late here for the Coconut side. Not sure if that's Lausanne picking up the pace or them just losing confidence over on the Coconutters, but it might lead to a goal. No, blocked by Texo. Iravella got real close to that, though.
Stocky going for another touch on this. That's a perfect layoff, but no one is there. No one from Lausanne expecting that. You'd think now they're perfectly back in defense to hold it down. Safix and Stocky going on a run, but Yagi back in net. Just holding on to that ball. I don't know how Stocky's done that to keep this pressure up.
Arabella sending it over to Stocky, missing Dead Monster, bounced out of the sideboard, pinch in directly in front of the net, but he couldn't line it up for his teammate. A little bit late, Stocky beats into the rotations and gets the counter-attack right back in. That should have been the goal right there, but it's not to be. We play on in overtime, 3 minutes and 40 deep. Up and high off the ceiling into the backboard. Texo with no points to boost, I should say. Needs to pick up one of those hundreds. Yagi coming in from the net here. Off to that corner. Leaves it for Texo's receiver. Stocky. Also back off the corner. Bounce out. Yagi and Dead Monster getting involved. The block should be good enough for the moment here. They'll find their clear away again.
Interesting there to go back for the boost from Safix. He already had so much in the tank. Used a lot to get back, and it's just coming down to on-the-fly decisions. Double whiff coming on through. Both players going for the block, not able to get efficient touch. But Dead Monster is a little bit caught out here. But he feels comfortable in allowing Texo to just clean that one up. And that right there is communication showing on through, Jay. Just when you've got nothing in the tank, you've got no confidence in what you can do. But you're just like, it's fine. Someone else will take it.
Yeah, he has so much potential in his setup, but again, the setup is looking great here for the Coconutters. The finishing is not. To go 5 minutes into this overtime, Iravella looking to end it before the last few seconds tick by, but we will be up 5 minutes. A whole other game played in this OT. Texo challenge. Safix so close against Dead Monster, unable to make the receiver happen. As Stocky sets Safix back up. Off the backboard again for a dunk down chance. Yagi turned away from. Safix back up. Yagi looking for a clear away. Will find his way into the mid-center. Dead Monster challenge. Bounce out of the corner, sent to the backboard as well. He's going to send that so far away from Texo. I understand his thinking behind that because there's a good chance that Lausanne would have counteracted Texo's attempted a strike. But it's not worked out for them. We go back to continue to play out this one. Now the demos are coming in from the Lausanne side. That might be enough to hold the defensive to ransom, but Yagi still disrupts the ball, goes in for his counter-attack. It's blocked by Stocky.
Yeah, Safix actually getting the Exterminator accolade. That's 6 demos this game. You never see that. That's such a rare accolade to get in competitive Rocket League, because you do see demos come on out, of course, but they're just spread out amongst the players, not on one man alone.
I can feel this one coming down to a really long overtime, Bacon. I mean, it's already gone quite long so far here, but very few OTs have gone so far as 10 minutes. And obviously, you're still partial to the longest ever overtime we've ever had. The 18 minutes or something along those lines. That might not be where this one goes.
In compared to Rock League, yeah.
Yeah. Arabella in Stocky, backboard there. Monster looking for his way out. Safix teed up here with control. Texo gonna try and beat his man. Stocky comes forward, sends that one so far wide. Safix inbound here towards Dead Monster to the backboard. Again, he's going to disrupt that ball, try to control it out of the corner, beat or attempt to beat Irevella, but that's not going to work out for him. Yagi is now the man that's in control. Tee up, got to beat Safix. No chance again.
Again, this is an OT. That's got here, not with a lack of trying to score. Oh, Dead Monster, how? That is just straight up luck. Just literally, he's driving on out, looking to get out to boost, and suddenly, oh hey there, the ball's at my feet.
This is just continuing. This doesn't feel like it's going to stop anytime soon. Even when there's a good attack going on there for Lausanne, they're still unable to get that one goal involved. Then Monster and Co continue the back and forth game. I guess there's a good chance to remind you all we still have the halftime show after this series. So if you want to enter that hashtag halftime, just in case we've forgotten, just in case that we might not be aware, in case we've got some new viewers joining, you can win up to 6,500 Rocket League credits up for grabs if you can enter and win. Stocky off to the corner as he looks to get his own win on the board here. Safix chance available, blocked again, just shoving him out of the way at this point.
Big players coming on through there. Safix will be able to easily pick this one up, gets the 100 as well, but you can see it's so easy to predict there. Yagi on up, going for another touch.
Oh my God!
Realistically, he needed to get that on target. He's wanting one too many.
He could have put that to the left, but he put it down center, which is too far wide to the right. And every time you think there's a play that might close this out, it's just not happening, Bacon. Touches on down the center line, off to the left-hand side in that corner. Stocky and Dead Monster getting involved. 38 points of boost for Dead Monster, trying to keep this one rolling. Safix, 100 points of boost to his own name. Challenged again to the ceiling. Stocky missed out. Chance for Texo to strike, but he was already caught in rotation. He's going to wait, look for a shot. Irevella back. Yagi against two individuals that are defensive now. Dead Monster's going to get involved, disrupt that play, force two players to commit. Stocky still takes it center, and Safix and Irevella in no position to take that strike. 9 minutes of overtime, Bacon. We continue to play on as neither side can catch a break despite the close attempts coming forward. Even that one there from Coconut as goes awry.
Yeah, it's super close. Nothing separating these two sides. And the game again with 4 goals already, so they know how to score naturally. But again, on paper, first versus 6th, and you've got a near 10-minute OT. Safix pops it up for himself, but yeah, but bit too much on it into the corner. It can only just delay time.
What was it? 18 minutes, 19 seconds, wasn't it? Or something like that? From the
for official Science events, yeah. Non-Science
events?
stuff.
No.
It's like 22 minutes I've got.
Well, I'm talking about your overtime specifically. Like, I don't care about non-competitive, because in theory you could just sit there AFK. Oh, Yagi almost went AFK with that aerial, and it almost went in. Dead Monster! Oh, it's on the reader! And it's gone in at last! 10 minutes to the board on the overtime, and one challenge beating Stocky to the ball gets game 2 on the board for the Coconutters.
With how this game has been playing, you're there going, oh, Dead is putting that into the corner for another bounce out. But he has the confidence in himself. He takes the risk and puts it on target beautifully. Damn. That was a good OT.
I don't know about calling it a good OT. Good end to the OT, but just I saw a lot of situations in
there
which
was no lack of trying between the two sides. It was just continuously going for shots and just the defense being super solid. Normally when you get these longer OTs, it's because you're just running one player into it and leaving 2 players back in defense. We didn't have any of that.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Not 100% a big fan of it. It did remind me a lot of the Season 8 LAN overtime that we had between, what was it, Veloce and Renegades. It just felt like it was a bit of a snooze fest to me. But whatever. It's gone now.
Long
It's
OTs
2-0.
are a perfect sign of you can have too much of a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. So, game 3 at this one. Ball off the backboard there, Monster and Texo shoving each other out of the way, and the problems continue to start to mount up here for the Coconuts camp, and they almost score off the back of it. Iravella set up so well by Stocky, but he's unable to score. Again, the best of opportunities presenting themselves. The ball getting sent over by Iravella. Yagi to the back, sideboard bounce. No one's in defense. They've got to get back there right now because Stocky's on the attacking force. Plays it in. Iravella's going to get beaten to the punch, and Texo unable to follow up with the strike.
Stocky just going straight for net there. He was, I don't know, indecisive between making the shot and going for the pass, and in the end he got nothing out of it. Another issue there for Lausanne, because we see that quite often.
Bounce out, Safix is not on. Dead Monster takes it off to the right-hand side, keeps it at bay. Triple play involved as Yagi takes it up to the ceiling, off to that corner. Stocky, 5 points of boost, continues to control, leave it in the center. Texo with his clear up, Yagi off the backboard, second touch not going to be allowed. Where's the third man striking? No one's going to get there. Stocky will find his clear away, right into the path of Den Monster, who's got to get that save. Tee up, no third player again, as both Stocky and Savas commit to that. Den Monster takes that wide, chance to redirect it, he misses the touch. Texo gets it together, but it's allowed enough time for Lausanne to get back to defensive positions and defend the attack.
Here again, these clearances on out to the corner. Coconut is just not feeling confident in the backboard plays today, so those slow build-ups, try and give time to get the ball downfield, create something, but Texo off the curve there, off the corner, where he's here on, trying to say, the furthest point away from goal, it just comes in way too skinny, and that's an issue.
Den Monster, Stocky and Iravella going to try and see if they can beat him out, leave it to the center line. Yagi involved, pinch up, back down. Iravella also missed all 3 players coming into this chance for Den Monster to strike, and everybody needed to get a touch on it. Somebody needed to get a touch on that ball, and because every player missed, it's an easy open net for Den Monster to take.
Yeah, you can see Safix trying it, but he was just willingly throwing himself in the general direction. A hope moment. It's only been halfway of this game, Jay. But it is game 3. Gonna be able to take that. Texo one after the other. This was just building.
Good block in the first attack. Safix again missing the ball coming off the back of the backboard, so the third man scoring that goal effective, and it's a 2-0 now. Coconutters. Is that the final nail in the coffin on this game and this series? They've seemingly found their form once again. Den Monster, that ceiling, sideboard bounce into the center line, pushed away by Iravella. Yagi and Dead have contention, this ball going up. Yagi with a dribble, Stocky beats him, backboard touch. Safix can take it off to the left-hand side, and Den Monster with 50 points of boost. Demo's in, Iravella pushed away, Safix open net. Yagi caught on the respawn. Just able to get there in time. Follow up from Safix, still going to be passed towards though, and Lausanne have us within 1 goal.
They do indeed, and this was very well worked. I enjoyed this one thoroughly. Soki just taking his time, being patient. Dev Monster caught with his back to the ball. Almost criminal, not able to get to it. So seeing the opportunity, Lausanne strike. And they do it another time. Still tons of time left in this one. I mean, sometimes you do need near 10 minutes to score a goal. Sometimes you just need 2.
1 minute and 30 to score 1 more for Lausanne to bring us back to evens at this stage. So not impossible, as you mentioned. Only a few moments were really required here, but this team have been contesting against Coconuts all game long so far, been unable to actually score a game in this series. Ball back into the backboard, Iravella with a pinch away. Demo in for Safix. Den Monster now challenging for ball control of the sideboard. No boost left for him. He's got to leave it for a teammate. Set it up for Yagi. Redirecting touch. Texo's going to wait for his chance. Den Monster on the right-hand side is the most prime candidate, but he goes back for the boost to steal it away from the blue side of the court instead. Yagi's got to receive this outside of the box, 50 seconds, and time is ticking away for Lausanne to score a goal.
Tesla getting high up in the corner there. Didn't actually use a massive amount. He had 60 when he landed, so good calculation. He was just more cautious in case Lawsan charged onto him, you know, rushed them in that position. What a pass that is from Yagi to Texo. And the follow-up hit. This is where Coconutters normally really sink their teeth in, but today, I don't know what it is. With their shots, they're just struggling to put that killer power onto them.
Ball back down, Safix watching and waiting off the sideboard is where we'll go. Touch out, receive, Stocky off to the sideboard. 8 seconds to try to get the final shot in. One more opportunity for Lawsan to score and keep this series alive. But with Yagi controlling inside the blue box, Lawsan need to find a counter-attack. Yagi keeps it alive for the moment. Stocky alive, Texo back up, maintains control with no points to boost. Turned away by Stocky again outside of the corner. And this is still on for them actually. Hold on. Irovella bounced out. Stocky opportunity. No, it's turned away. And the ball hits the floor for Coconutters to take the game and the series. A great effort for Lawsan, but not to be today.
Yeah, this will go down as a 3-0 sweep, and that just feels absolutely nuts compared to, sure, game 1, 3-0 there for Coconutters. That felt pretty much fitting to this end result, but 2 and 3, Lawsan really struck back, and this goes to show what Lawsan can do and why, whilst now they're not a threat to the entire season, they're probably... I don't think they're going to be making playoffs there, Jay, but going into next season, they're scary, and I feel like if you were to put a safe bet on any of the teams to survive that promotion relegation cup, Lawsan have got to have that shoe-in for next season.
Well, it's still not over for them just yet. We've still got to decide whether Sparks will be able to maintain their own position above that team. There's still a bit of a battle going on between those 3 squads, between them, those 2, and Sir as well. So for Lawsan, it's only a peg knocked back against them and still a little bit of breathing room going into the last weeks. There's still a chance they could still stay in the season, but we'll find out whether they'll be able to do so in the last week of action. For now, though, a big, big win for the likes of Coconutters. Again, 3-0 in that series, maintaining their top spot by once again separating themselves against Slightly Salty on the game difference. And we're going to hear from Tex after this short break. Do not go anywhere. We're back after this.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
And welcome back to the TCSEL Esports League. Texo is joining us here in the commentary box after a big win for his side. And once again, congrats to you, my friend. A lot more difficult than 3-0 would initially sort of indicate, I think, especially in that 10-minute overtime. Talk to me about that. How did it get so close for you guys?
Well, first of all, they didn't play bad or anything. Actually, one thing that stood out the most for me as a player was Suffix, especially his demos, which, were a little bit frustrating and just, dragging the OT into big length. But apart from that, it's just really, I don't really know if there's like a main reason. We just like played and tried to not get scored on in these 10 minutes.
So, straight up, how frustrating is it playing up against the team that is heavily demoing you, removing you from the game? And how did you set up countermeasures? How did you prepare yourselves to then, minimize the effect of those demos?
Towards the end of the long overtime, we realized that we need long clears, because if we're demoed and the ball is cleared far away from our net, we have enough time to respawn and like reposition ourselves, while if the ball is close to our goal, it's kind of hard to defend there. And if we're demoed.
Well, for you guys, in terms of the overall season, this is another big victory for you guys. Still in that sort of tied-up position, though. You've got a lot of competition breathing down your backs here. Letty X might be moved out of that sort of like top four, like tie-up essentially, but you've still got Slightly Salty. You took a very confident win a little bit earlier today. Edelweiss, who are yet to play, who are looking at tie-up for you guys as well. And in terms of just the competition involved, like, do you think there's a chance you might get knocked off that top spot in the coming week?
No way, because at the current position we're in, as far as I know, if we sweep, we're guaranteed first, and it doesn't matter what result the others have. So I'm confident.
I think he's right about that as well, actually. Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now, because you got to think if if you sweep next week, you're then safe. And but going forward then, going to LAN, let's say, how hyped are you guys to be able to get, a live event once again? Because it's been a while now, a year and a half. So how big is it for you to get back on LAN?
It's definitely going to be a sick moment, but it's going to be even more sick when we will know if we can actually play with our full roster or not, which we don't know yet. Due to COVID and,
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed that happens. Still question marks as to whether I can attend that LAN, but we'll leave that to one side. I want to focus on you guys for now. You guys have one more match. You mentioned before that if you're able to sweep out your final opposition, then that's going to leave you guys with with basically a secured top placement. And you're right about that. Your opponent will be Letty X. So I have to ask you about that matchup, about that series. What do you think you've got? What do you got planned for us? How are you going to approach that matchup? What's your game plan going into the final week?
Considering the importance of that match, that if we sweep it, we are guaranteed first, we will probably go 110% from the start. And just because we can't really afford dropping a game.
Well, I think that's the right approach to it, and definitely a solid plan for you guys. One that I think you could execute with great effect, but that is all for next week. For this week, you have managed another sweep against the Lost Sound side. 3-0 for you guys on the Coconut side, so congrats on the win, Tech. So good luck in next week. Hopefully we'll get to speak to you very soon indeed. For now, though, we head towards, not a break, but a halftime show, in fact. Strike is standing by with two of our participants looking to try and win some Rocket League credits, and then after that, we have our final two games of the series. So stick with us here on the TCS Esports League, because we'll be back with the halftime show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the one, the only, the TCS Esports League halftime show. Did you hear that echo? Beautiful. Thank you so much for sticking around. It is the halftime show once again, where we play a little special game to see who has more dexterity and more skills in this game we love so much in Rocket League. We have two new, well, not entirely new contenders tonight, one of which we've seen before, but it's not Deathstroke this time. We don't have Deathstroke this time. It is Swefly and Aroli. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing well. It's also the third time participating in this halftime show for me.
Oh, the third?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like everybody's scared, is somewhat scared or something to join these halftime shows. Is it me? Am I intimidating? Am I annoying? Is it the games? we don't know. But we have Swefley and we have a Rolly. Was it easy for you to get in tonight, or did you have to like push yourself to do it?
For me, it was easy.
It's not a general thing. It's not everybody hates the host, so like, it's not worth it or something. Okay, that's good to hear. Well, what do we do tonight? We've seen the same thing before. It is not dribbling. Sorry, Destro. It's not dribbling. It is mini golf, ladies and gentlemen. We're playing the mini golf map again, which means that each of these contestants is going to have 3 minutes of time on their bank. In which time they're going to have to do as many holes as possible. If they get the same amount of holes, ultimately the number of touches will be the tiebreaker and will decide who gets first place and 4,000 credits. Yeah, I hear that applause from the audience. Thank you very much. 4,000 credits. And second place, the loser, is going to get 2,500. Anyway, again, it is Swefley and Rolly playing right now. We're going to start with Swefley tonight. I'm going to go right into Swefley's stream. Let's see real quick to prepare everything perfectly so we see it works out. And Swefley, you are on air. Are you ready for your 3 minutes?
I was born ready.
Oh, okay, he was born ready. Then I'm gonna count you in 3 minutes and you go, okay? 3 seconds, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna count you in 3 minutes. 180, 179, 178. No, but seriously. Are you ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, let's go! And here he goes right away, doing the jump, of course, to save some time. The 3 minutes have commenced, ladies and gentlemen. First one, relatively easy to get. Just steer it very nicely into the hole. And there we go, birdie! Hole in one. Nice one right from the start. Last time, I think one of the contenders was a little bit too fast on this one. Tried to hit it too hard, and then actually had to hit it a few times to get it and lost a lot of time. This one, Swefley. Ooh, that's what I meant. So close, but no cigar. Has to go just correct the line. Is this the one? This is the one, and it goes in. You got 4 touches. I think it's 4 touches on the second one. Still a little over 2 minutes to go. Going really well, Swefley. Have you been training for this?
Not really, as you might can see here. I'm a bit struggling, but
do you play mini golf in your free time in real life, IRL?
I used to, like when I was, I don't know, 8 or something.
Okay, and now you are?
Yeah, I'm just chilling at home.
No, I mean, how old are you now?
Oh, I'm 18.
Okay, so 10 years ago. It's been a while. I gotta get that training back. Okay, here we go. Ooh! It's 7. It's 0499. We are at dude, I can't make out how these touch systems work. 04993. Oh, you get an amount in the beginning that's like negative. Ah, that's fair. See, the host is well prepared. Is he gonna get this one? Oh, and just went in. Nice. I think that's a 4 touch. And I'm not sure if I can trust that number. I'm gonna decide to trust it. I'm just gonna go with the final number that's being shown. You got another minute to go. 27 hits, 5 holes so far. Well done. Oh, can he actually get through? Can he get through the whole thing in just under a minute? Chat, what do you think? Ooh, this is a rough one, going all around the corners. You can easily lose the ball here, and that will be like really annoying and hard to adjust and correct, but this Swefley easily gets it right in there, and that's the next one, hole number 6. We are on, I think this is number 8 right now. You completed 6 holes, I think. It says this is hole number 8. No, you completed 7. This is hole number 8. Ooh, struggling a little bit on this one, but is this the one? Oh, perfect direction. And then kind of kills it a little. It's not gonna go in. You're gonna have to adjust that 15 more seconds until your time is over. Oh, and just gonna get it in. Last hole right now, and you got another 7 seconds. Let's see how far you get on this one. Boom. Probably not gonna make it. 2-1, and your time is up. You got 8 holes with 48 hits in total. So that's what your opponent is gonna have to beat. 8 holes, 48 hits. Swefley, well done. Congratulations. Well done. Well played. Do you think this is going to suffice to beat your opponent?
Nope.
That's a quick answer. Nope. Why not?
Yeah, because last time I did it like with, I don't know, 20 seconds left. So I finished it. And yeah, I didn't score the holes this time, just like in normal Rocket League where I always hit the crossbar.
So a worse performance than last time, you say?
Yes.
Guess you gotta play more mini golf maps in your free time then, huh?
Yeah, probably.
Get that training in. Okay. How about we switch over to Eroli and see how well he is going to play. I'm gonna actually lower your volume a little bit. Are you ready, Eroli? Are you ready for your count in?
Absolutely.
Absolutely ready. Let's see. I have to switch the scene, and here we are. Eroli in 3. Whoop. I screwed it up. 1 second. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. And a nice boom right away. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Going really well, going hard here right now. Oh, but it's I don't know if it's more touches. It's a bogey. It's more touches, I think. Yeah.
Safe, going fast.
Okay, fair enough. But gets this one really nicely. This might actually hit. This might actually go in, and hits it the last time just to play it safe. Right now, hole. Oh, we still have the old statistics on the side production. But right now, it looks like 2 touches or 3 touches in 2 holes. Pretty good. Somebody trained. Oh, and it goes in. I think that was another touch though, but it went in really well. What you have to beat is 8 holes in 48 hits. But you're doing really, really well so far. You still have just over 2 minutes. Oof. That was a risky one, but it paid right off.
It's all good. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's all calculated.
All calculated. Right. Okay. It's been
you once this map, so we'll see.
Say that again.
I played this web map like once, I think. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay. I'm sure you can do it. And takes the safe way. Not the easy way. Always going the safe one. And maybe this is going to be enough. Oh, well, I'll give it a little bump to get it in. Double bogey, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute 30 to go. You're halfway done. And you're just over halfway done on the tracks. This one very slowly. Remember, don't go too hard. And that was perfect. It goes in. Par. Which means it is the amount of touches that is ideal for this hole. Next hole. Oh, this is going to be the one with the S curves. Ooh. Going a little... It feels like you're going a little too hard for my taste, but I'm also not a Rocket League player, so what do I know?
If I dribble, I have too many touches.
Yeah.
So I'll just try to like minimize the touches because I think I'll reach the last level.
Yeah, you probably will. You still have just under a minute, 45 seconds. You're on hole number 8. If you don't screw up here and it goes right in, damn, okay, taking the middle hole here. That's probably not a bad idea. If you get the right angle, and he does. This could be the hit in just 2. I think that was just 2 hits. No! So close. Just a little adjustment could do the trick. This might be it. No, a little bit more. There we go. And you have another 20 seconds for the last hole. You can do it if you go real fast right now. Oh my god, Eroli.
Too many touches.
That's true. We all want to see you succeed. Good one. Okay, 9 more seconds. 9 more seconds to get the and that could be it, ladies and gentlemen. That could be the hit. And it is! He finishes the track. He finishes the map. Ladies and gentlemen, that automatically means that Eroli is our winner for tonight. Well played, Eroli. G freaking G. Well played. Congratulations. Wow. That was a pretty sick performance. Wait, 1 second, I'm gonna turn it off. Are you happy with your performance tonight?
I'm just happy I didn't choke too much.
Okay.
That's all I'm really happy about.
Well, that's fair enough. Swefley, are you a sore loser or a good loser?
I'm a good loser.
You're a good loser, generally or just now?
He has to be used to it.
Oh! Oh! Get the poggers in the chat. Poggers in the chat. That was rough. But both of you, Swaffly and Roly, thank you so much for playing along. I hope you guys had as much fun playing as it was for us to watch. 4,000 are going to go to a Roly. 2,500 are going to go to you, Swaffly. What are you going to do with the money?
Oh, I'll probably wait for some expensive item to go into the shop and get it cheaper than it is in the market.
It's a straight up plan. This is the man with a plan. I love it. I love it. Swaffly and Roly, have a beautiful evening. Thank you very much for tuning in with us tonight. And I hope I talk to you soon at some point.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, that was it for the halftime show for today. We saw some good competition. We saw some good plays. My name is Strike. I have been your host for the TCS Esports League halftime show tonight. You'll find me on Twitch just as Strike or on any social media as That Guy Strike. And with that, I'm happy to give back for the game for Edelweiss Esports versus My Insanity. Give it back to the dreamy Digital Bacon and the enchanting Eternal J. Thank you very much for watching. See you soon.
We are My Insanity. Be careful.
Welcome back to the TCS Esports League. Shout outs to Strike for hosting the halftime show, and congratulations to Roly for winning the halftime show and winning the lion's share of the Rocket League points. We're getting into our penultimate match of the day. Our last two series is Edelweiss taking on My Insanity and Ira Legacy versus Sparks. I have to say that definitely looking at that second series being the more important one. Edelweiss, one of the top teams in the league. We know all about them. We know how legendary they are. Up against My Insanity, who is still yet to get a win here. Only separated by the fact that Vision Gaming have been able to have lost their series earlier on in this day, but My Insanity were coming into this week. We're in the bottom of the league. Something tells me they might be staying there, Bacon.
You would expect it, wouldn't you, when you've got one of the teams fighting for the very top going up against one of the teams fighting for survival right at the bottom. And for me, what I'm going to be looking at here, it's not really anything of Edelweiss. Edelweiss, if they drop a game, that's bad on Edelweiss, right? It really comes on down to My Insanity and how they're playing, because it's all now the fight for next week when My Insanity go up against Vision Gaming. The winner of that match is then safe for now, as they'll be going on into that promotion relegation tournament. The loser is just out. They're going to have to wait and re-qualify through the Challenger Cups next season. Of course, the second Challenger Cup coming up this Sunday, Jay, for this season. So it's all getting pretty tense right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's time to be concerned, I think, for Mind Sanity, because again, they've only won a single game this season, not a single series, a single game, which is. Yeah, I mean that's not exactly a it's not exactly a result you want to be saying to be the team that only had that one game run, you know, and yeah, I mean I realized again in this situation that you can't really expect them to win the series outright. You mentioned that the main thing for the likes of Edelweiss is going to be about not conceding games, because if they become the team that concedes the second game over to this squad, that's going to be a bit of a stain against their record, I believe.
And we have seen teams go without winning a series during our time, but only one game. I'm finding it difficult to try and call back. So, Mind Sanity, just by their name within Rocket League, I want to see them get 2 games now, and that will just put them pretty much safe of not being the worst results within TCS. And they're a team that deserve more than that. You look at the players and you think better, but it's just right here and now. They've had a bit of a blunder season, akin to Lausanne at the start, you know. And whilst Lausanne were able to redeem themselves, Vision Gaming, in a lot of sense, have got close to redeem themselves, but not been able to. Unfortunately, it's just because the level of TCS Esports League is so damn high these days, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's something that, you know, Zafir's been constantly saying, I think, is the fact that the Swiss teams are getting better and better as time goes on, and well, definitely they have been tested over on the Edelweiss side as of late, so this will not be so much of a test, I don't think, for this team, but I think that we can all kind of roughly understand where this one is going to go from here on out. I think it's 3-0 for Edelweiss. I don't believe there shouldn't be any there should be any sort of worries in that particular respect. Mind Sanity are going to have a very difficult task ahead, and I think here, Bacon.
That they will. Mind Sanity, I just want to see their improvements. Every single mistake will get picked on out by Edelweiss, and Mind Sanity here, this is the best prep they're going to get to go into next week. Kara put it across the hay, but no! Oh, it's a fair no mercy from him.
Yeah, couldn't really go for that one. Polar returns and he scores on the counter-attack. And the best chance the Mind Sanity had been wasted on another goal back for the Edelweiss side. That's a shame, really, because they had such a great kickoff, such a great attacking focus, but just unable to make it, to finish it off.
And that's sort of just what happens when you focus on accuracy on a play like that, Jay. You slow things on down to make sure that you definitely find your teammate, but the problem is Rocket League is all about pace, and they just slipped up a little bit.
Back in with the lead here for the Edelweiss side. Zafir continues to control, put away by Bresley.
Are they all in the same
100
car?
points a boost. I don't know, are they?
Yeah, they're
Not really
all in
paying
bronze
attention.
Nissan Skylines.
God, I'm thankful for name tags here, because that would really mess me up if that was not the case. Hayden and Kara getting involved on the corner play. Polar's just going to take that away from their position. They will find an intercept and a shot close to target. A bit too far wide to the right, so not going to happen for them. Kara sets it up, follow suit from Hayden, block off from Polar, responded to by Mirror's part. Will take that aerial dribble in. Bresley will take it back. Trying to continue the attack here for Mind Sanity, but so far not finding anything.
Hey. Sorry, I just pick it out because it's a very nice looking car. I quite often run the silver rank rule because I just like silver cars as it is anyway. I'm a bit basic like that. But so far, I think the interesting note, it's been a minute and a half, and Edelweiss have only been able to get 1 goal. They're not getting close to the mark.
Well, Polar follows up, sends it to Zafir, and that's a second goal right there for Edelweiss. Great control for him to recover this initial setup and mirror and everything. That felt like a bit of a struggle, but just enough behind that ball to set up his captain. And there you go, 3 minutes and 19 seconds into this, and well, Edelweiss, it's going about as you would expect to hear, Bacon.
And yeah, the big thing that you can take away from Edelweiss is the reason why they're only at 2 goals. They're giving full respect on over to Mind Sanity, and they're playing them, or against them, sorry, like they were any other team. They're not going to go for these solo plays, which I think, you know, 5 times out of 10, a solo play would win from Edelweiss. Here, they're actually pulling out defenders. They are giving this the full sort of beans, the full Edelweiss experience, and full respect to that because they're still using it as practice because any little slip up will show through.
A lot of slip-ups on the Mind Sanity side as you would expect at this stage. 3-0. Edelweiss currently in full control of this one. And the Mind Sanity camp, we get a couple of good attacking forces. Bresley, okay. That's a pretty good goal. One back on the board from that MYI.
Yeah, and a good little follow-through on the pass there from Haid to near enough force the 50-50. Bresley perfectly placed in the middle. You could see Kara a little bit further back and behind to the right. So just straight up, my Santi doing fairly well. Like, of course they're going to be the loser teams, but they're doing very respectful and their rotations are solid, but
that is just textbook Edelweiss. Lovely stuff from Mirror. And 4-1 as they reinstate the 3-goal lead. 2.5 minutes to go. And I mean, again, what more do you say to that? Mind Sanity are trying their best to pull something back out of this one. They'll pass between each other. Kara and Bresley in particular, off into that corner. Mirror follows it in off the sideboard. Bounce out, beats Haid. Kara getting involved in the defensive. Zafir comes forward, passes inland towards Polar, and Mirror's way too far forward to receive that ball for an attack. We'll bump Kara out of the way and pass back in towards Zafir. We'll try to take it away from the Mind Sanity control. And if they can just keep playing like they here for Edelweiss to take control away from MYI, then that's going to win them the game here. 3 goals to make up. Ooh, almost guiding one into the top left corner, or top right corner. But Kara gets that save in.
A really good save by Kara as well, it's got to be said. Poland? Wow, those drills. And again, the confidence just to run it away, force those 50-50s. Mine's Santi, yeah, just playing this game as you would expect any team, but on the opposite end, Edelweiss. Now with the addition of Polar, just goals come in from anywhere, it feels like.
Boys, we're not going to be highlighting any of these goals for Goal of the Week, as though I know that's what we're playing for at the moment.
Unless, like, unless you get some absolutely out of the park, like they come up with the new musty flick or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, that definitely would be impressive, but not at this stage. Edelweiss backed up into the corner. Polar and Zafir and Mirror involved. Polar up, receiver by Zafir. 6th on the board. Hat-trick and all, and Brazil has been effectively set up here by the Edelweiss side.
You can't help it, that's still a very pretty goal. Like, because of the situation, Jay, mine's telling me no, but my body is telling me yes. That is a very, very nice goal, and you cannot deny it, even with the circumstances. Come on.
Well, a minute on the clock, and there's no denying the scoreline here. Edelweiss are in full control of this. Kara does set up Haid. Not quite that second goal coming in. Follow-up goes close on the net. Actually, they've denied the Brazil. All right, so Kara gets at least a consolation prize. It won't equate to a game, but hey, you know, small wins in life.
Haid, it's got to be said. This is not bacon being patronising, but this is the best I've seen Mind Santi all season. You'd expect that because you're getting further into the season, and it only sounds patronising because they're losing right now. But for them to do the bits like this, occasionally against Edelweiss, is good. That's a good sign. You've always got to look for that silver lining, and this is a team that has looked where to improve. Their rotations, their passes are so much more solid right now. The only problem is that they're going up against Edelweiss, the 5-time champions, and probably soon to be 6. It's what it is.
Sideboard up to fair control. Mirror gets it in. That's a hat-trick for him as well. Eventually they find that 7th. A bit of a shame that again it wasn't 7-1, but oh, whatever at this stage. 10 seconds to the clock. This is a game done for Edelweiss. Simple stuff against Mind Sanity. I can't say we're expecting anything less Yeah, MYI, I mean, they knew coming into this was going to be a tough ask and one match that would probably be virtually impossible. Oh, look at this. Not quite. Not quite. If they were able to dribble it in, I would have given some goal of the week potential right there, but nah. 7-2, game 1. Going the way of Edelweiss. Again, very easy for this team.
Santi denied the Barcelona or the 8 to BU. So that's good. I like that. But again, you said it earlier. Edelweiss hates saying rate our card signs. Twitch chat. What do you rate the bronze skylines with the white zombers? Go on. But at the same time, again, you said earlier that this was fairly simple for Edelweiss with all these goals. But at the same time, that's only because you expect such a high level of Edelweiss. This is a very high level of Rocket League being played out from them to be able to get the wins, because you notice back in their defense, other than the 2 times where we've seen very good goals come through from Mind Santi, their defense has just been rock solid, and realistically they come down to just one man back in the defense where Edelweiss has sort of just slipped up a little bit. They got too confident in themselves going for those 100 boosts. So this is going very nicely on paper.
Yeah, I mean, Mind Sanity have taken their own little like one-ups and occasional sort of goals here, which again is probably the most you can expect from this team versus Edelweiss. Polar infills affair. So I guess you could say that for both of these squads, it's kind of going to the right position at the right moment. Again, Edelweiss wanted to take this handling in a 3-0 fashion and just stomp out the defensive pretty effectively. Hayde, however, has other ideas. Challenge on. That ball's a little bit too high and will go wide. Oh my god, he stuck it in! Hayde! Okay. That's something.
Good turn back on that, because Hayde was, realistically, normally, you would go off into the corner, take that 100 boots, but no. For him to have the sight there to turn back around and go for the touch, that's crazy stuff, and I can't believe it, but once again, Mind Santi ahead.
Ball out here, Hayde. Picking the save out, Polar inbound, will drop it right down, and there's no defending that one. Could have, but no one was there for Mind Sanity. So baited out to the left-hand side again on the defensive line. Polar's allowed all the time in the world, all the pressure. And 1-1 quickly back on the board for Edelweiss.
And notice how he uses that momentum when he takes off of the wall, that he doesn't actually use that much boost whilst in the air. It feels like he's in the air for eternity. Again, that's because he's not getting challenged on. But he can do so much with so little because he's carrying the momentum, where he was climbing up the wall at the start of it. Normally when you see aerial plays and they'll use the entire tank, it's purely because they're coming off horizontally, you know, they're coming flat. They're not carrying upwards momentum, vertical momentum.
Plenty of verticality here for the Edelweiss play. In the air into the corner. Mirror, no boost left for him. His teammate's going to come forward, set that up for Zafir instead, trying to go for the dunk down play. And Bresley reads that one like a book and closes the page. Hayde on the defensive has Zafir to beat, and you won't be able to do so much with it. Carroll with an awkward touch. Follow-up from Zafir was potentially there, but no, not to be in this one. Still 1-1 to the ball. Edelweiss have been unable to make this offensive play work. Mind Sanity have similarly not found any sort of counter-attack. Polar in, second touch, third man to receive it, but denied by the defense. I mean, it's kind of holding itself together now for MYI.
It is indeed. Boys, that's a blooming good play.
Okay. Is there a game on the table for MYI?
I question, because of the cars, have they subbed in Sir? They look more like they should be Sir in those Brommobiles, but I'm pretty sure it's MYI through and through.
I'm pretty sure there's a rule against that, so I don't think they would do that.
I mean, when has that stopped certain players in the past, Jay? Come on.
Yeah,
Not these
but
guys, that's
that
why
would probably lead to
sure.
disqualification, so, you know. I mean, to be fair, at this point, MYI wouldn't have a whole lot to lose if they got disqualified, but you know, always that last week to fend off the auto relegation. Oh, what a cross of Polar! Finds the goal back to a 2-all score. Let's try to see if I can get the words out, Bacon.
Sorry, I'm just now thinking in my head, what happens to the standings if Mindsanity were to win this? Like, that crazy scenario where Edelweiss are pretty much, I think, locked out top 2 and they'd be fighting for that 3rd spot. And then Vision Gaming would have to beat Still, and who knows by how much, because that would then go to its game differential before the head-to-head, you know? That would be a crazy, crazy world to live in.
Well, at least they currently have the game differential advantage above Mindsanity, no matter how this matchup is going to go. And then even then, not already a game being down at this stage. So a lot of work to be done, to say the least. 2 minutes to the clock. Cade back up. Zafair takes it away from the corner play. And ball sent off to the corner board. Polar involved with this, pressing forward. Bresley puts it back down into the blue side, off the sideboard into the corner as well. Zafair, 100 boost can get picked up, beating out one individual. Going to grab that 100 boost as well for the midfield line. Dribbling, got Mirror, bounce out, send it up. Polar with a chance. Still goes close to target. Zafair with a chance to pick it away, but no, denied by Hade.
Yeah, but look at this run right here. Oh, Brezzy was so close. Naturally, you can't predict that, but if it was just that fraction to the left, the ball would just been perfectly delivered to him, popped up towards the backboard, and he probably would have been able to put it away. It's just the fine margins. The only thing I can say that's a little bit weird is just how Edelweiss have slowed down so much, and Kara's gonna put Mindsanity ahead again.
Oh boy. How are we letting this go like this? 3-2 to the board. And MYI have the advantage. 60 seconds. Are Edelweiss getting a bit complacent is the question I'm asking at this stage here, Bacon, because again, they've only won a single game so far in the season here for Mindsanity. So if they concede this second one to the favour of this squad in this match, then Edelweiss have some questions to be answered here. Polar up, challenging, ball on target. Hay with a chance to dunk it down. Zafair takes it away alongside Mirror. These two individuals in the breakaway. Kara, the challenging of his own right. No boost left for him. Tees it up, Bresley back on target. And they're starting to apply some pressure here for Mindsanity. Breakaway's got to come through for Zafair, dribbles it in, beats out one individual. Hade will be able to turn it away. Kara getting involved, missed out on one more player. Polar comes in, Zafair's right there. Kara with a block out, takes it away for 15 seconds left to the clock. Zafair from the ceiling, looking to take it back down again. Denied, 10 seconds, bounce out centre, Hade. Touch away, Kara to the box. Time's ticking, Mirror, one final opportunity, trying to put towards the floor. There's Mirror in alongside Polar, they take it to the backboard. Oh my god! No! Oh, my Mindsanity just won a game! What is this?
Edelweiss. There's a little bit of egg right there in the yeah, just off to the side of the cheek, because that ain't good. No one wants. What?
What was the thing you said earlier, Bacon? It would be embarrassing if Edelweiss considered a game?
Yeah! Super embarrassing. Today is an oddly beautiful day.
Don't want to get too complacent if you're Edelweiss. It might be a decent idea to maybe hunker down and maybe get your heads in server. 1-1. And again, imagine if of all teams to beat Edelweiss this week, it would be Mindsanity.
Yeah.
That would just destroy any semblance of sense that we have in the table. We have to do all our calculations and maths all over again to figure out where we go with this. Polar bounced out to the box. They try and find the initial attack here. Edelweiss are doing a decent amount here to try and get the pressure going, but back into their own offensive half. Hade and co press on, ball to the backboard. Polar able to take the save.
I guess it's starting to look like I hot sauce betted on the wrong team. It's a little bit weird right now because who would have thought this ahead of time? Oh, just wide of target as well. The follow through comes through, and yeah, you expect that to be sunk. What with the demo from Mirror. And
yeah, one back on the board here for Edelweiss. Finally, something going well for them, especially considering how that last game went. Let's see more plays like that and less of a choke, if you will. But one goal is only a single goal. There's 4 minutes to make it back up for Mindsanity, and I always give teams the benefit of the doubt, but obviously there's a little bit of work to be done now that they're playing on form once again. Not quite able to slip it past from Mirror Park.
He's got decent distance. Can Carrot get on? Nah, he's backed off wise. I always find that funny in games like this. Up against like Edelweiss, many of the teams we got up to challenge down. It's like, nah, stick to the ground. Then go for it, intercept and lay it down the lines. You know, try and pick your fights as such. Here, Carrot seeing that they didn't have the boost, jumps onto that. Good. Resi throwing it forward, and they're looking to just hold the midfield line. Not too happy of where Hade goes there, because they near enough give up complete control of the pitch and the ball. But they've rotated on back in. Resi with the follow-up. I'm just really, really like proud of Mindsanity because this is night and day different to when they started the season. Like, they have improved so much.
I mean, to do this well against a team like Edelweiss, who, yes, they're not the strongest team in the league, but they are up there. And the legendary core that is the Fair and Mirror and all. Definitely not what we were expecting to see coming into today. Polar off the backboard. From the corner as well, they'll play it out. Polar with an awkward touch, send it into Zafir in the end. A bit high, Mirror not able to take a strike. And Polar backing off because he's got no boost as well. So back into the defense will go back for Edelweiss. Returning some booming clears. Awkward touch of Presley. Chance for Mirror to punish it. It's fortunately taken back by, I believe, Kara into that corner. A whole defense for the moment here for MII.
So another reason why just dropping a game is a bit embarrassing there for Edelweiss is not the fact that you count them as a bad team, but game differential is so close up at the top of the leaderboard that a single game could be the decider, you know, for where you finish up.
And it's just one of those cases where you would expect that they'll be able just to get that extra few points in terms of game difference and be able to overtake Slightly Salty again in that particular fashion. I mean, now that's pretty much, I think, impossible now that they've lost that one game. So it'll be coming down to the head-to-heads in terms of that tiebreaker. Even so, the ball out inside that corner. Hade is a fair, having Mirror as well to the backboard. Polar up with his chance available. Gets it in the challenge. And now they're establishing their dominance here for Edelweiss. 3-0 now up on there. And this game now falling out of control for MYI.
Yeah, that should be game 3 done and dusted. Of course, a goal, perhaps 2, still on the cards there for Mindsanity, I'd say. Definitely 1. It's a fair, good sheet up right in the perfect place. Otherwise, that would have been that 1 coming off of Kara. But again, the biggest points about Mindsanity, look at how they're actively putting the ball into space. They're working in unison. They're clearing out Hade, looking for Kara there. Kara's now looking for Brezzy. He doesn't have the boost, unfortunately, and the ball's just a little bit ahead of him. But they working together so much better. They're actually a team. Beforehand, we saw them just try and run it a bit too much, play with a bit too much space. But the sync up between them now is there. If this was Mindsanity, or this level was Mindsanity at the start of the season, who knows where they'd be right now. They could possibly be fighting for, you know, survival up at that 6th, 7th spot.
Well, that's not the reality of the situation for them. Right off the back foot for MYI, 43 seconds. Edelweiss currently off the sideboard, and they've maintained control of this game, so we're fighting for the top 3 and the bottom 2 as respective positions. Polar puts it off the backboard, and Brezzy actually allowed to defend against the second shot as a fair. Counter attack returns one more good goal, and again, My Insanity are finding some semblance of confidence here.
That they are. Good breakaway. Brezzy avoiding the bumps and the demos there. Looking to absolutely charge it and just clean finish. Because on top of that, burn it to the left-hand side of that net to make sure that it's as far away as possible from your opponents. Kara's going to be first onto this. Decent read up against Polar to try and block it on out, but a little bit dangerous because it's back towards your own net.
And the defensive holding in the last 10 seconds means that this probably should be game 3 done and dusted for Edelweiss as part for them to take the lead in this series. Ball sent up and over off the sideboard. It's 3 players committing towards that one, but at the end of the day, this is all a formality. One more goal would be nice for either side to take it. It looks like it might be MYI to do so. No, blocked off by Kara, but the win goes the way of Edelweiss, and that is the bottom line. Big, big victory for these guys. Now 2-1 up, match point for the favourites. But still, my Insanity, I'm surprised they look this good, even though they're losing.
That's been the story of it all through and through. And Edelweiss, yes, do feel like they're sort of playing a little bit slower than they do normally. A little bit more reserved. But still, the plays they're going for are being blocked out so well by my Insanity. It's not Edelweiss as such not playing, you know, just absolutely throwing the series. It's more Edelweiss just going for more simpler plays. And that could just be down to the flow of the game, you know, the pacing. They don't feel they've got those options ahead of them. But then that just begs the question, how am my Insanity controlling this game? Because Edelweiss, if they wanted, could just go in for the demos, and that would probably throw things into a loop, you know. So what is it that my Insanity are doing that's sort of not making that an option as such for Edelweiss?
Well, game 4 for us to find out. Ball initially on the start, bounced out of the corner. Already an opportunity available for my Insanity to keep the heart up on the Edelweiss side. It's a fair and mirror to receive. Ball off the backboard into Polar. Backline's not cleared out. We'll still look for a second touch. Maybe even need a third touch, but defensive holds it down this time, and it's not as confident. Usually, if that was Edelweiss in any other form, you'd see them score that one, but not to be. Mirror. Backboard again. Kara getting involved. 70 points of a boost turned in by Polar's part. Good duck down. Gets that goal in. Gets the first to start off this game.
Yeah, just super competent play. Pretty standard coming up here. It's a fair, usual pass inwards. And Polar just to slow it on down. That's the important part. If he had hit with pace, that would have been safe, because that's sort of what your opponents expect, what the defense expects. So by slowing it down and throwing extra questions in, but no shots like that towards target, whilst not getting the goal, show that my Insanity are a threat.
Continuously attempting to be one. Hayed up in the aggressive now. He's got his own opportunity. Bounce out the corner. Kara going to try and look for his opportunity. Unable to do so. Got close. The backboard, he'll look down against Polar's part. Wins out the fight. Just barely turned away by the defensive. Indeed, the attack does scramble itself. My Insanity, great opportunity, but just wasting in the end.
So close to turning into a goal there. Unfortunate. This is dangerous. Brezzy's going to be able to get a touch though. And again, those are the simple points where my Insanity are keeping out goals. That's stuck through. How does he find that?
You tell me, you're the analyst here.
Just piling up the C's. The post any other day would deny that. He better go buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah. I've never seen an angle like that, ever. I mean, we asked for the next musty flick. That's one of those goals right there where you ask yourself, what in darnation? How is that even a thing? 2-0, Edelweiss. Currently in the lead and continuing to contest at this one. They find another shot on target, 3-0.
Should be game done and dusted in most cases. We'll see. You can feel Edelweiss want to flex their muscles a little bit here in game number 4. Because that was actually a beautiful linking passing play.
Continue with a decent link-up kickoff as well. Mirror, crossbar, Polar, a little bit too far off to the left-hand side, so he has to shoot far wide to the right. At least finds Affair, who dribbles it past most of the defensive line, but it does not go into the net per se. Mirror up, Polar up, Mirror there to receive it. And from the corners, Affair is going to try and look for his own way in with 100 points of boost here. And 2.5 minutes to go. We currently have the 3-0 for Edelweiss's part. Kara with control out. Not quite able to get past the likes of Mirror. Sideboard bounce involved. Shot close, denied by Bresley. They keep hold of the back line for the moment.
Do. Ooh, the demo come through. It was a great idea. Hayes popped it right on net. How has he got away with this? I never expected this to be on target. Well blooming done, lad. The pass as well from Kara. You think demo great, but he didn't stop himself enough to weaken the hit. But what do I know? That's nuts.
Indeed. Indeed, it is nuts. There's a fair. Gonna try and go for a bit of a nuts play of his own. That's a very fast ball, and that sets us back up to re-establish the 3-goal lead. This challenge from Zaffair, man, like, watch it again. How quick that ball bounced back in the corner. Polar was ready for it every day of the week. God, Edelweiss just don't miss, do they?
No, it's just how quick they pounce on those opportunities is crazy. He's got the possibility, slowing on down. Zaffair did that so well, just to slow it, and he was far enough away from goal so that he could jump forward and get just a deflection, put it out wide. He was confident that a teammate will then be able to come through and get that second touch. That clearance away is a save. And so, yeah, it just meant that as an attack, you basically got no option other than somehow get a ground pinch there. And, of course, Hayde didn't get high enough to make that possibility.
Did I just see a reverse rule one between rule 2 between Hayden and Kara?
It's like,
that was quite funny. That would have been funny if they just kept it going, though. I mean, obviously, it would have completely just destroyed any chance that Mind Sanity have of winning this game. But with 4-1 down, they're going to take a bit of a silver lining, I think, for this team. Edelweiss pressing on with Zaffair and Polar. Bresley to the sideboard. Hayde following up to the backboard. Zaffair able to tee that away into the corner play. And 1 minute and 15 still left to go. We are running out of time. 3 goals still to make up with this one going right close to target. Unable to get put in by Polar, but I don't think it will matter at this stage.
It's just running out the clock. Formality, ain't it? At the end of the day. But I know there's going to be a fair few happy campers out there. I bet you, you know, looking at Twitch chat, the Vision Gaming boys were probably a little bit sway for a moment there. Just a little bit like, what is going on? No. But then normality.
That one back. Game involved, just like, there's no way they can win a series, right? There's no way they'll win a whole best of 5 above Edelweiss, right? Does that throw off our potential chances of avoiding auto relegation? Right? It's one of those things where you just start thinking to yourself that okay, we're in deep duty, but fortunately
you're
for them,
going, no, that's stupid. But the little question has been, the seed has been put in your mind. You're right.
Well, at this stage, it looks like Mind Sanity will only get that one game, that second game in the season for them. And, well, Edelweiss will not let them go so far as the first series win, unfortunately. 5-1 here in Game 4 for a 3-1 series overall to the favour of the multi-time champions in the TCS Esports League. Edelweiss have the victory.
That they have. Again, I need to now look at the like, the leaderboard is like after every single game, you're just like, where does that put us? Because it's just in such a weird state, because it is going to come down to that game differential, and we can't, you know, stop banging on about it because that's how close the competition is, and it's not been updated yet. I think that puts Edelweiss currently in 3rd. Yes.
I think
plus 13?
because...
No, plus 14, one behind Slightly Salty. purely because Slightly Salty took down Edelweiss, so they win the head-to-head.
Yeah. So yeah, in terms of head-to-heads, that game loss is pretty impactful to Edelweiss.
Edelweiss would be second right now if they didn't drop that game too.
Yeah, so there's a little consolation in that respect there for the likes of the My Insanity side. It might be their second game win, which won't impact their own position, but they have potentially thrown a spanner into the works for that race for the top 3 position. So Edelweiss got to take that one on the chin as we head towards the break, and we'll get to hear from a player from the Edelweiss side. Probably Zafir, but we'll find out very soon. So don't go anywhere. We'll come back after the short break with more of the TCS Esports League. Well, welcome back to the TCS Esports League. We're joined by Mirror, of course, after his team's victory above My Insanity, 3-1 up for the Edelweiss side. I'm not going to lie, it probably should have been 3-0, and that throws you guys off and a little bit of off-kilter in terms of the top of the table. With you losing a Slightly Salty a little bit earlier on in the season, that does mean that you guys actually are tied up with them on the game difference, and by that head-to-head, it means you guys are now in the bottom end of the top 3. So, I mean, what happened in that game? What led you to concede to MYI?
We kind of went trolling a bit. Like, we didn't take it as serious as we should have. So, yeah, mistakes happened.
can't drop a game like that, especially when it's all going to come down to the wire. So I've got to ask, Edelweiss, are you guys prepared for, with how close this is, not going through automatically to land in that upper spot? Are you guys prepared for that second, third match in the playoffs to prepare you guys for land? Has that thought come across your minds yet, or has it just been, I don't want to say the arrogance, but the idea that once again you're going to be first?
There is probably some sort of arrogance in it, but I think like we would just play one more match. It's just like it could even be some warm up. So yeah, that's like, don't think it's a problem. Just play one more game and we'll go through.
Well, for you guys, obviously, it's been a bit of a, I don't want to say a shocking season per se, but a bit of a weird one, because like we kind of had you guys pinned to be the overall favourites to take the whole championship again. I mean, it only feels like in the last, like the second half of the season where things have actually come together for you guys. And now going into that last match against Lausanne, do you feel like there's still a chance for you to make it up to that top end of the table, or are you just going to be focusing mostly on the playoff stage of the tournament?
I think we just like try to get the 3 over Lausanne and then focus for the playoffs. Like we've had pretty rough season since we had like roster moves, etc. Was not the best team environment, I'll say. So yeah, now we're just like fixed and we'll just train for the finals.
And it's got to be said, do you train in for the finals with Polar on board coming out with you, or do you have another Swiss player as a backup choice if in the event that it's needed?
For the moment, no. We think we'll go with Polar. Like if things like we can get him here and for the lands, etc. But yeah, like basically it should be Polar coming. At least it looks like that for the moment.
Well, you've got one more match to go against the Lausanne side, and as you mentioned, you kind of want to take it in a 3-0 fashion. So tell me about what your game plan is to try and do that. How are you going to knuckle down and get that 3-0 against Lausanne?
There's no real game plan. Like more trying to get directly into the match and not like throw or just like not use the game as a warm up, but warm up before. So we're sure to play like we should play.
Awesome. Well, hopefully it goes well for you guys. Definitely looking forward to that matchup in the end of the day. But for now, we're going to let you go and get prepared for that matchup and get ourselves prepared for our final best of 5, of the day. Ira Legacy taking on Sparks. Mira, thanks so much for joining us. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because we're back with our final game of the TCS Esports League after this.
Salut zusammen, ich bin wieder da. Ihr seid sicher gespannt. Dafür ist auch jetzt Sparks 10-mal besser.
Welcome back to the TCS Esports League. We're getting into our final game of the day. Should have been our first game of the day, but it is appropriate enough to end things off with Sparks looking to continue to contest to go up into the top 6. Ira Legacy looking to cling on to their position, which could be under contention if they're not careful. So are breathing down on their backs. So an important win for both sides here as we look to close out the day here for the TCS Esports League. I have to say that for the Sparks side, as I mentioned before, as was been described in previous interviews and other discussions, we think they're a team that can have the highest of highs, but they don't always hit those peaks, Bacon. Tell me why.
It's an odd one, right? So Sparks, so far, it was best described earlier in the season. I can't remember by who. I want to say Tooth off the top of my head, but just they're a squad that have got different sort of like game plans or different styles of how they want to play. They're three fantastic players, but this probably is not the roster for them, and we expect in the off-season, if they survive on through, to go and make a roster swap. On the opposite end, Ira Legacy are now just like sort of the new Sir. They're the benchmark of Swiss Rocket League. Paperfats, Kassalian, and Tooth have just sort of been able to be so stoic in their losses to go quite far, 2 game 5 and that. But then when it comes to their wins, they're fairly commanding, and their wins so far, not only over, say, Vision Gaming and such, but being able to take down the likes of Sir and so forth and so forth. And they just put in solid work all throughout the season, and it's got to be said for Ira Legacy, they're just becoming a great name within the TCS Esports League.
Yeah, they definitely are, and it's becoming one of those situations where this is a team and this is an organization who have got a decent sort of game plan in terms of backing their roster. Ira Legacy came in, and we weren't really certain of how well they're going to be able to do, but they came in for the Challenger Cup, so they looked all right. Right now, they're a little bit lower down in the SCSL, which might be a bit of a different story for them in that particular league. But here in TCS, they're still in with a chance to still make it into to maintain that position in the top 6. Again, the case of the matter is trying to win out those last couple of games here in the last couple of weeks of the league itself. For them, they're still sitting in the top 5, so there's a chance that they could potentially just maintain their spot. I think it would be more difficult to catch up to Letty X. I don't even think it's possible to catch up to Letty X, but at this moment, it's still a chance that they could also fall down into the bottom 4. So it's going to be a hard task to fall down into the bottom 4, but they're going to have to rely heavily on getting this win to avoid that eventuality here.
They are indeed, and I just going to quickly bring up differentials right now, because Sparks, whilst only being on 2 wins, 5 losses, are on -3 on that game differential, which is bonkers, really, isn't it? And if they get a win here today, let's just say any form up against Ira Legacy, then Sparks move up into that 6th spot. So this is a massive game for them to put them on level with Sir and Lorsan. If they don't get the win today, then they sort of slip behind, and that's even a possibility that they could be done and dusted with. But with that said, let's head under the sea. Love the color scheme. Let's go, Jay.
Yeah, it will be Ira Legacy in the green, Sparks in the grey, and they kick things off on the right foot in the attacking force. Again, looking to see if they can hit those peaks that we've seen these players be able to do time and time again this season. And against the staunch opposition, this is going to have to be a tough ask for them. Martin has control of the ball. Kassalian involved with the sideboard. Pipifax up, here to take a challenge onto Banana Man, who only goes so far as that one good touch. Can't maintain control of the ball though. The 50-50s in, but Ira Legacy have maintained themselves. Martin up and over to the corner, teed off by Pipifax. Martin control back, teammates in the center line to be able to counteract and continue the ball control, but it's still sent over towards their half, so it's not the easiest affairs right now. Banana Man tees it close towards the box, but unable to line up a shot.
Yeah, lots of good back and forth so far. Definitely looking at Ira Legacy stepping it up this week. Over the last couple of weeks, they've had a weird bit of time of it while still getting the wins. It felt like their quality of game had dropped a little bit, but so far, so good for them. On the opposite end as well, it's got to be said for Sparks, loving this aggressive style.
Yeah, great counter-attack there from Banana Man, able to send it a bit wide of the marker, but it would have hit the post and it might be sent it up. Instead, he goes for the zero-angle scorer and gets the opening start for Sparks.
Yeah, beauty of a hit right here, right in the corner. Such a thin margin. But of course, when you look towards Martin there, if he had hit off the wall, it probably...
To the corner as well. Gasalian up with the boost in play. Again, challenged by Banana Man, takes it out of position. So for the most part, it does maintain control here of the defense.
As you look at IR Legacy trying to just step it on up. Gasalian coming in quite hot there. Hipfax not really got any options, so just send it up high. Hope for the rebound. He's chasing it in as well. When he sees it's going to just turn into a waterfall, so he wants to knock it down to the corner. And it's a lot of just on-the-fly adjustments and changing of their plans, which I'm not a big fan of. I want Ira Legacy to have a set idea right now. Hits like that from Gasalian require Tooth to then jump really far off his line and come in just to salvage it. That's a much better play.
Bounce out, turned into the center line. A counter-attack trying to get set up by Spark, but they're unable to do so. Banana Man blocks that off. Squixel challenge. Tooth sends it off the backboard. That's going to be an awkward ball. Martin's got to get the challenge, and it's going to be successful. And indeed, he does. Ball up into the center in the midfield line. Banana Man there for a shot. Gasalian there with the defense. And now going to try and get a counter going of his own right, but they're challenging up in the air every single time, sending it over to a player in the mid-center, which Banana Man's going to take that position in the end. Bump out of the way, Demo's involved. Good chance for Gasalian, going to send it onto the Sparks half. Back up by his teammate, chance to strike, and Martin gets the defensive involved. That's a good ball though, set by Pipifax, a final little touch, and it does find an even scoreline.
It does. Good idea from Martin. It's got to be said, but Tooth down to Pipifax is a perfect connection. Just so clean, so quick, and defense has got no time to adjust that. So it's crazy to think how in the first minute and a half we were 2 up towards Sparks. Give it another 2 minutes and even Stevens. And it's sort of been a lot of back and forth in this game.
Ball up, Martin, backboard play, Gasalian beaten. Banana Man. Minute 2, the clock sets it up for Squixel. 2 players beating on the defensive. If they can get the shot back in, it'll be a nice open net, and indeed they usurp the last defender in the net itself. Fantastically played sequence from this one. Gasalian and Pipifax with that double commit had nothing they could have done about that.
Yeah, just super well executed. But 1 minute still left in this. This is good because it shows for us anyway that Sparks weren't just that sort of like 1 minute wonder. They were still in it. It's just all down to Ira Legacy really turning screws. But Ira Legacy can do it once again. That worried me by Gasalian. I don't want him just to jump across net because it's more hopeful than anything. And realistically, he's just throwing himself out of position for his teammates.
Banana Man tees that one up, follows Sue. Oh, that shot of Martin just barely teed away by Tooth, followed back in from Squixel, dunks it down the back of the net, and now Sparks have control.
Tooth's original save there is great to put up in the air, but the demo underneath just really stopped any plans to be able to get that second touch to put it away. And Sparks, with 30 seconds left to go, that should be game 1 done and dusted. Sparks showing a lot of different ideas throughout this game. You know, originally with some really fast and loose Rocket League at the start, that didn't quite work on out in the middle portion as the Iron Legacy lads were able to counter it.
Yeah, that was a bit awkward.
It's a full-on own goal. I mean, Squixel was pressured by Tooth, but yeah.
If he'd taken his time, I can imagine him dribbling it out of the way, I'd say. But it was very difficult, as you mentioned. He was pressured from the center line. And the ball out over the corner. Gasalian challenged by Banana Man, Martin and Squixel. Following suit, sideboard bounce off the backboard as well. Gasalian. And Pipifax set up off the backboard, turn away from Martin. Squixel back down onto the floor, and Sparks will take the game at last, but it was a difficult affair. Down to single goal differentials for this team for the most part in this game. Well, they had their breakaway moments. They got a little bit of clean up to do, I think.
That they do. I mean, for the story, we want Sparks to win this, just to send us into the last week and be like, nothing has been separated. It really goes down to each and every game. I don't think we've had a season before, Jay, where I know we've gone down to the last match day, but not to the very last game. It's always been decided by like series 2 of the day. So for it to possibly go all the way down to that very last one is enticing right now. And just the story, I want Sparks to win, but Ira Legacy solid enough to be able to take this. It's only one game. They come back super hard now.
Fax taking it up to the sideboard. Ball into the box. Tooth touching Martin. Gets a shot out. Squix will follow up a little bit higher. The crossbar follow up for Martin is going to get blocked up by Bibivax this time. And again, Sparks just turn the speed dials and pump their foot on the gas. It's allowing any real chance for Ira Legacy to really think of anything at this moment. Sparks back on the attack. Martin with great ball control, but unable to get it past Tooth. He's a little bit too low for that. Kasalian, 100 points of boost. Going to grab this one and try to dribble it right up to the box here. Might have a teammate in center, but it's going to be turned away from. Followed up by Tooth. Bit too far wide on this one. Second touch. May still set it up. And indeed, Fax finds the goal.
Yeah, you look at this from Tooth. To be able to hang on to it, so much boost left in the tank. Martin's not expecting it. Doesn't think that Tooth's going to be able to catch up. And so just pushes that back on out. Just a great little play. And again, it all comes down to expectations. These two teams are just playing off predictions to reach this speed, to reach this power in the game. And sometimes those predictions don't work out.
Ball in the box, big miss, just recovered by Martin. Tooth, the backboard, Banana Man and Squixel getting in each other's way. They're both going to miss that. Bibivax couldn't recover it, couldn't punish that ball. Unfortunately, Martin is there to bail them out again. Sparks, this is what I'm talking about here. That last game was an example of them hitting their highs, but in this one, they look all over the place. Ball back, baited in, double commit again to that ball's path. Neither player gets the touch, and they score the goal for it, 2-0.
The double committing that. That's a hard one, right? Because you've got to pre-jump it, because otherwise you're not covering as much in the net as you need to. You have no idea where the shot's going to be put on. So it being put out wide is just... it's just painful. Straightforward and simple. You can't blame the players there, even if it is a double commit. They're just taking their chances.
Lock in. Squixel just beats Kasalian as he tries to block out and fit that shot in by default. All off the sideboard into the corner. Banana Man waits for the 52 points of boost to his name, trying to beat out players as appropriate. Tooth seen. Got Squixel out, touch out. Pipifax passes in center. Kasalian could not connect the entire ball. So over the left-hand side. Tee up and over into the mid-center as well. In the midfield where Tooth has the sideboard bounce out. Kasalian trying to pinch away to the sideboard as well. Martin back in. Banana Man left to go off the backboard and the sideboard. See that ball close, but out of position. Pipifax, 10 points of boost. Can only go so far with this one, but he set it up to continue the aggressive force at the halftime marker. Sparks continually pressed onwards here. Squixel and Pipifax beating out Tooth. That's a breakaway, that's an open net. Can he stabilize it? Yes, he can. Just at the last moment, Sparks have won.
Great 50 coming out from Squixel there. Good pace to chase up onto it as well, and just squeaks it on in. A very nice looking play.
That could be a way back in for the Sparks side. Ball up for Pipifax, a little bit higher the crossbar. Banana Man, not sure where he needs to be. A pass attempt is a little bit too out of position. Off to the backboard, Tooth and Kasalian here with their own touches. After that corner play. Squixel back down, Banana Man looking for his way in. Tooth with a big miss, chance to punish it. They weren't expecting it though. Squixel able to recover, flick back, backboard touch, second man coming in. Martin just blocked away, turned wide of the net by Kasalian. And now Tooth with his own breakaway chance, right with the aerial dribble, takes it underneath one. Martin's got to find that clear. Tooth still challenges for it, and now Banana Man takes control of it off that backboard touch again. Kasalian also beaten out. And Banana Man from that touch out from the corner, backboard again. Squixel here with control, no boost to carry it forward for the second chance, so not to be in this one.
Facts. Oh, Martin expecting to go a bit higher and so just not able to get onto it. Squixel's got just such a good opportunity. So close to the margin right here. And again, it's all just coming down to that predicted play style where they just go ever so slightly wide. And it looks like a flyby, but if they were to hit it, you would have absolute gold in front of you. Squixel, decent block. It will stop power from Pipifax, and Banana Man, good save up there.
Martin challenging Gasalian into the midfield line. Squixel here with control out. Banana Man to receive. Shot close, taken away by Tooth. Ball out. Gasalian takes that touch up again to the backboard here. Pipifax and Martin control into, putting it back down in towards that corner. Banana Man and Squixel have contention. Gasalian tees it up and over off the backboard they will go. Banana Man in and out again for Pipifax. Tooth coming up and over. Gasalian trying to maintain control of this, but it really is Sparks that will have to get on the attacking force. Squixel, 70 points of boost trying to play in Pipifax, but unable to do so. And now they're back into the counter-attacking half. Banana Man in off the sideboard, up to the ceiling. Martin with a shot on target, taken away by Gasalian still. And 7 seconds remain, with Sparks still pushed back into their back line. Need a counter now, but that shot in, Gasalian secures the goal and secures the game.
Beautifully finished as well here. Tooth well off the board, and then to go for that bump attempt onto Squixel leaves them pretty much wide open for Gasalian. He's just got to get on target and does exactly that. Ira Legacy Jay pull themselves back into the game because it wasn't safe until they did get that extra one. And now we are looking more towards that promise of the game 5.
All right, 1-1 to the board in this series. Sparks again having a couple of struggles in that second game. Ira Legacy. Well, I mean, it was a bit of a show there from the Sparks side. I'll give them that. Time to focus up and time to really gravitate towards that confident style that we saw in game 1, because they're going to need it here.
That they will. It's going to be who gets this early goal to take the commanding lead. I know so far we've seen a lot of comebacks during the game, but that commanding lead early on does give you a lot of potential, a lot of the weirdness from the early games it's done and dusted with to move into game number 3. Kickoff not going really anyone's way. Martin blocked on out towards the side, and Squixel's just looking to buy time for his teammates, but the pressure starting to be applied by Ira Legacy is good, but that is a massive step in by Banana Man.
Martin down into the centre, taken away by Tooth. We kick things off in game 3 with an attacking chance for the Spark side, put back down into the box, taken by Banana Man and Squixel. Gasalian has a touch, that ball's gliding itself back in, and Banana Man somehow, some way finds this goal to start for Sparks again.
Great follow-up on the shot, and Pipifax just could not angle his car right. He just hits it with the front bumper, looking to get it on out. Not able to hit it into the post, goes the wrong way. 30 seconds, they should be able to redeem themselves. Notice how Sparks have got the early goals through and through. Is it going to be different in this game 3 though?
Squixel off to the corner play. Banana Man up and over. Tooth inbound with a couple of touches into the sideboard. Martin's going to leave that for Gasalian. Squixel still tees up, goes to target. It's a little bit out of position though. Still plays it into Martin, blocked by Gasalian. On that save, Pipifax find a return away and a breakaway chance. Put off of the corner board, put down into the box. Squixel having ball control for the moment, but not really control per se. It's just an opportunity to continue to face forward. He almost fakes out that touchback. Awkward from Pipifax, but he still gets to save it in Martin's shot, so there's no way back in.
Pipifax just run that boost at the worst time possible. Long run coming up from Banana Man, but him staying on that sort of ruins the rotations here for the rest of the team. Squixel's got no options ahead of him. Just can't touch the ball. It's so close to being perfect. But just, again, different ideas about where your teammates should be placed in the attacking line. Like you saw there, Squixel a bit more further out across the net, ready to get that backboard hit, whereas Banana Man wants it as more of a close post, sort of like quick little pushback.
Sailing into the center line, followed up by two for the shot, barely blocked by Squixel. Everyone's caught in net, but it's blocking still. The facts there as the last man coming forward out of the green half and into the 1-1 scoreline.
And right there, you can see because of the way he's stacking up in front of net, Mine's behind. He can't come out because he doesn't want to run into a teammate. So instead, he's just sort of caught looking awkward behind. And it's just a lot of forcing the pressure. This game means so much. And the players look like they've got into their own heads a little bit, don't they, Jay?
Yeah, it seems so. Again, it has been scrambled at moments here for the Sparks side. Not 100% confident. Kasalian up here with control. Block off, Banana Man gets out of dodge. Tooth shot close to target, a little bit higher the crossbar. Squixel still managed to maintain that save. Banana Man also following it around. Not a lot of boost for them though, so the facts in towards Martin. Will try pinch away and we'll pinch it into the corner play. Banana Man, 100 points of boost to be challenging here. He doesn't actually go for that big pad. It's Squixel that finds the control and the touch in. And good shot on, not quite there. Martin and Kasalian beaten out, touch in, continuing to try and hold the corner control, but neither side able to really find an opportunity here at a breakaway, especially for the case of the Ira Legacy side. Because Sparks shoot and Tooth just comes back with a clutch save.
So close. Squixel trying to just set it to the next level. The pass across, but Pimpfat's getting the save. Tooth getting a great 50-50 here, and Squixel has put it up the wall by so much time. Look at that. By putting height onto the ball, putting it just slow and lofted in the air, means he can get back in defense, puts that underneath the player, but again, it just rolls up. And the same thought logic where it's slowing up in the air means that an attacker can't get onto it at that angle.
60 seconds remaining. Tooth teeing off towards the corner control. Banana Man and Martin here with touches, beating out on a couple of individual players. Sideboard bounce from the likes of Ira Legacy. Still sent up towards that box. Chance to redirect for Banana Man, who comes in from the right-hand side and he's been quiet all up in his defensive, but when he strikes loud.
.45 seconds, and I would put money on it right now. Ira Legacy equalised this, Jay, because that's been the entire story of this series so far. So many quick little comebacks. You can already see Tooth wanting to charge this, where he's following onto the ball, not on the wall. He's not able to really get a confident touch. He does win the 50-50 technically by putting it out wide. But again, teammates just not stacked up, and that's a wild 50-50 from Squixel to get that.
Good challenge at least, but really shouldn't have really gone to that position. It should have been anywhere but. Bit of a wild 50-50, 3-1 on the board of Sparks. Ira Legacy should be conceding this game back to the lead. For that way, Sparks can maintain control of the match point in this series. A 2-1 series at that. Kasalian still looking for a double tap, unable to send it on, a little bit too far to the right-hand side. Banana Man over the position, Bibifax there to block it off, take it into the corner. And this should, again, be game for Sparks. The last second goals won't make a difference now. So we go 2-1 up in our best-of-5 series.
Oh, Martin just leaving with the game restart.
Yeah,
okay.
restarting.
All right, fair. I was just wondering if it was more of like a car change, as you always get that. You know, he's currently in the Fennec, perhaps going to, let's say, Dominus. But that was an interesting last 45 seconds for Ira Legacy, just not able to truly string a passing play together. They're trying to run before they can walk, and right now, if I'm looking at Ira Legacy, you've got to slow it down, guys. You've got to have a little bit more communication. Make it slow, go for dribbles, play into 50-50s, and then you'll have time for a second man off wide. to then pick up on the secondary ball. Where you're trying to dictate it, you should be able to communicate roughly when you want that to come in. Sparks on the opposite end are always then playing reactionary Rocket League, so whilst they could be fast, they're not in the controlling, dictative position that you want to be as a player. You want to be there controlling the game, and you've got to sort of take it by the scruff of the neck. We can really see as well, no one's really wanting to take control of the boost. It's just a lot of reactive, seeing what your opponent does and then trying to just hop onto that.
Reactive players has been the name of the game so far here for the Sparks side. Unfortunately, as we mentioned before, Martin has had a bit of a crash moment, so we'll just get him sorted out so we can jump back into the game relatively quickly. That way we can continue with the game as soon as is possible. While we wait for that moment to continue here, Bacon, we can just sort of take a moment to discuss things. Because again, I'm looking at the situation. I'm looking at this this squad of Sparks, and again, as I mentioned before, they can have the highest of highs, but then the lowest of lows. And we've seen a bit of both so far in the series. So coming into this fourth game, like, what are we expecting really?
For me, if you got to think, if Sparks win this fourth game, then they go on to like 0 on the game differential, which would be nuts for them. Puts them basically up into that 6th and a little bit comfortably with that game differential. For me right now, I just want to see them, again, still play quite fast. Squixel's been everywhere, and it's really been the game winner so far. Just force those 50-50s and then pick up loose balls in front of the net. That's going to be the game-winning plan here for Sparks. When they're trying to dictate a passing play, they get a little bit just caught up in their own selves where they're not actually putting passes. Again, there's a little bit of disjointment between them. So just play it where you're trying to react to the ball with those high 50s and then drop it down.
Game 4 underway. Sparks going to make their focus work. They've had some brilliant moments so far, but they're going to make them a bit closer and a little bit more consistent. That's not great from Martin, unfortunately. Too far wide of the left-hand side with that touch out. 2 feet off that sideboard. Squixel teeing it off. Demos in will try to take away some of the aggressive forces here as they just go for long booming clears towards net for Kasalian. Martin will slow that down, hold the defensive together. Shoved out of the way by Bibifax, and Banana Man bounces out again to the sideboard. Squixel comes forward trying to grab that 100 points of boost and will be able to do so. Banana Man up and over towards Squixel here, continuing to control it inside of the green half, but are not able to set up much of an attacking force. Unlike in previous, we haven't been able to see too much of the confident style of play in the early game for the likes of Sparks.
Yeah, Banana. Oh, that's very unexpected. That's a fake in the corner. Surely.
It does look like it's a bit of a whiff, so I'm not sure if it's 100% a fake or what, but
I think a call-off.
Either way, it's a goal for Sparks, and that's the bottom line. The start that they wanted here in this game to be able to maintain potentially a 3-1 series and a big, big win. Kasalian off to that corner, 100 points of boost being taken. He was dribble out towards the sideboard. Good pinch on target. Banana Man's there to block it and send it over towards Squixel, or at least he'll try to do so. Squixel's preoccupied with boost. Play up, 63 points to his name. Will challenge on Tooth, and he'll send it off to the sideboard again. Kasalian back down. Banana Man involved, sends that up. Martin hasn't got any resources to be able to pick that one out of the field. He'll still go for the shot at ground. Pipperfax there for the block out. Miss from Kasalian and Tooth, and it will be blocked instead by the likes of Banana Man. So they can continue the attack here for the moment for Sparks.
They do. Squiz's got a little bit of boost, so can cover it off. Get that block on in. That's a wild ball out. Banana Man does actually get a touch to that, and this is just the fine margins that Sparks are winning. There's a little bit less creativity coming out from Ira Legacy. They need to start stringing together some passing plays, otherwise they're just going to keep on hitting towards the net like this, and they're fairly easy saves for Sparks to make.
Oh, Tooth sent away by the backboard. Kasalian team that up against Banana Man. Will take that off to the side. Continues to control in against the first. Dive down against the second. 2 players committing towards that, so they're unable to do so. Pinch away to box a little bit further off to the left. Kasalian off the ceiling. That sideboard bounce, Pipifax will come forward with a shot off to the box itself. Into that corner, Banana Man controls of that ball again, leaves it for Martin, continues his dribble play, challenging on one. Martin wraps back over, Kasalian pinch away to that corner. On the sideboard is where that ball will be played from, pushed out to the corner board instead. Time is starting to run short here on the Ira Legacy side. They need to find a goal relatively soon, and so far they've had a couple opportunities, but so far none of them are going to work out.
Oh, Caster's Curse hitting the hard, finally coming on through here, Banana Man. Just a solid backball pass and play. 2 thrown off, the demo comes through from Martin and Banana Man to tuck it in. 2 goals, they're not safe, but they've got that commanding lead that they needed.
With a series that Sparks absolutely would have had. Ball in off that backboard again, beaten out by a couple of individuals. 1 minute and 20 to score 2 in a row for Ira Legacy. They need to get this counter-attack going real quick. Squixel has many to beat. Kasalian blocking this off in the midfield line. Martin trying to control. Tooth coming up, missing his touch on the ball entirely. Banana Man instead trying to get an out position. Pepperfax, but he wins out that engagement that sends it so close. Martin, pass 2, good shot. Defended by Kasalian, awkward back pass. That could be dangerous. Banana Man blocks off. Pippifax goes for a strike, but it's just denied on the 50-50 challenge. Kasalian still with ball control off the backboard. Into Tooth, looks for his shot, but Martin defending against it, and then goes right back to the Ira Legacy half.
That it does. Time is ticking though right now. Ira Legacy got to find 2 and 40 seconds. Trying to bring this on in for the dribble. Pippifax running out of boost. No one actually coming to this from Sparks. And to try and go for the fakes there, Kasalian to dribble it to the corner. Does buy time, but that's very bold because he's just not got anything on it.
20 seconds to the clock. 2-0. And it looks like Sparks are going to have this game and this series. 10-second countdown ensuing. Demo out, Squixel, Kasalian bounce out as center, but they need to find a counter and then a kickoff goal. That ball goes right to target, but as Martin puts it off kilter, that's going to be it. Sparks taking an all-important win in their league campaign with a 3-1 series above Ira Legacy. That might set them up for the top 6.
I am amazed because not only, yes, does that put them into the top 6, as that will put them up into that 6th position. We were hoping today we'd get a little bit more of a spread, Jay, and it's got worse. There are 3 teams where their fates, or at least the rough range they're going to be in, is decided. LetiX can only get top 4th, basically, now. They're confirmed for that. Vision Game, Mind Sanity, 9th, 10th, that's still decided between them. But everything else, it's still wide open.
Indeed it is, and again, you look at the situation right now for Sparks. They're not quite out of the woods just yet when it comes to that relegation position, but they still got a good opportunity, and they needed this win to be able to maintain a position in the top 6. They'll be able to hold it temporarily going into next week, but they need to win their series and hope that Sir and Lausanne also have a bit of a mare in their own matches. So for Sparks, not all their destiny is not entirely in their hands at the moment here, Bacon, but it's a big win that will contribute to them going forward. So I'm excited, I'm hyped, I'm looking forward to what this team will be able to do. And as we look towards the break, we'll get to hear from one of the players. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that it's Banana Man, because I'm hearing that he has a brand new do, Bacon. But we'll find out more about that after this. Do not go anywhere, because we conclude this match day of the TCS Esports League after this.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Welcome back to the TCS Esports League. We're joined by Martin from the Sparks Esports side. I'm disappointed. I really wanted to see Banana Man's new hair, but I guess we'll have to just leave it be for now. Regardless, we've got a fine set of hair on you, my man. Congrats on the win. A fine matchup overall. And for you guys, it's a massive win. It's one that puts you back into the top 6 coming out of this week. So tell me a little bit about this victory and how are you feeling after it?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to talk to you again. Those last few, 5 losses were obviously pretty depressing. This win, I wouldn't say it guarantees us the playoffs, but considering Team Sur's recent rather poor form, I would say it almost guarantees the playoffs. But yeah, we've been underperforming like crazy this whole season. If you look at the games against Lausanne, just terrible team performance. That one I'm also responsible for, obviously. If you look at the game against Slightly Salty, also horrible performance. I can't say I'm happy with the season, but I'm glad that we could win today.
Well, you're straight to the point there because next week you guys will be facing off against so let's just hopping right into that. So you count that match as a surefire win considering their recent form and how you've been playing with that last series?
Yes, not only because of them, but also because we've been ironing out some internal issues in the past, let's say, week. And it has been working well. So we're, let's say, more confident than ever that we're going to take that game. But yeah, I do think that Sir has been struggling and will probably continue to struggle against us as well.
You mentioned internal issues right there, and me and Bacon have sort of been speculating about why it is this team is constantly gone.
It's not a personality issue. I don't want anybody to think wrong here. We get along very well, personality-wise. Everybody is very nice. It's about the tactical side of the game, like how each of us approaches situations. And it's basically, we kind of struggle to know what we are going to do as a team. As in, person A has a certain view of the game, and he thinks play has to be done this way. And then another person thinks about it in a completely different way. And if they're not on the same page, then there can arise some issues, and there have been issues. But yeah, we've been ironing it out slowly but surely.
Well, I mean, that's something that me and Bacon were speculating on because we've constantly seen Sparks be able to hit some really high highs. You guys have had some really good games and really good matches over the season, and then you have other situations like where you mentioned you lost 5 games in a row. So do you think that clash of personality and that sort of like that clash of opinions about the game, do you think that's what's contributed to the inconsistency?
Yes, definitely. And also some mental weakness on our side. I'd say me and Squix are probably the main culprits here. Banana Man is pretty solid in that regard. But yes, it's basically the tactical aspect of the game. If you want to see us perform in our best light, I guess you can watch some games against Edelweiss or against Coconutters. And if you want to watch us in our worst form, then you can take a look at, for example, the Lausanne game.
And last question from me then. Considering that you're pretty confident in win, let's take the situation that you don't get the win next week and you finish 7th or 8th in the bottom half. Are you guys prepared for that promotion relegation tournament then, considering you're talking about the mentality? Are you going to be putting the work in and, heck, even looking to this Sunday to see the competition that is coming on through in the Challenger Cups?
Well, the season so far has already been kicking the ass. And if we were to lose next week's game, then that would be an even bigger one. And then, yeah, I'm definitely going to try to salvage whatever is salvageable because, as you guys know, I'm not going to be playing after the season. I don't want to ruin Squix's future, reputation, etc., etc. And I just want everybody to, how do I say, get the most out of this season because I'm going to be gone next season. It's not important for me, but for my team and for, Squix's future because I think he has a very bright future ahead of him.
We're looking to see how that future will hold with the future. Next week, you guys will be up against the Swiss Incredible Rebels. You mentioned that they haven't been on great form. You think it's a shoo-in for you guys. Talk to me game plans. You know, what's the idea going into next week's matchup?
I don't want to say too much, but we have either plan A or plan B, and it's radically different. And depending on how they play, we're going to look at some replays. We're going to choose either one, and either one is probably going to work. I don't want to say anything else. But yeah, we're not the one-trick pony anymore in that regard.
I love that because I always ask this question every single time to close out the interviews, and everyone's like, we don't really have a game plan, we're just going to play it out, see as you go. But you guys definitely feel prepared for that matchup, so I'm going to be excited to see how well you guys will do next week. For this week, though, it's a big win for you guys above Ira Legacy. Martin, congratulations on the win, and hopefully next week we get to speak to you as well.
Thank you, Jay. I hope so too.
Oh, as always, mate. Take care. There it is, Bacon. That is all done for the TCS Esports League this week. But before we get all done at this stage, we want to quickly wrap up things by taking a look at the table and where we stand at the moment with our final standings over the course of the season table. We have Coconutters up at the top end still, Slightly Salty and Edelweiss tied in at 2nd to 3rd, and at 4th and 5th. LetiX and Ira Legacy are actually guaranteed to be in that 4th through 6th position. So they are not going to be moving now thanks to that last matchup coming in. Sparks in 6th. They've got to win next week if they want to maintain themselves. And if they beat out Sir, then that might just be enough to evade relegation, who are currently sitting in 7th. Lausanne in 8th. Vision in 9th. Mind Sanity in 10th. Of course, Vision and Mind Sanity will be taking each other on as well next week to try and see who can decide that final place, that last place position here, Bacon. So, honestly, now that we're rounding out the season, now that we're coming towards the end of things here in TCS, not exactly the table I was expecting to see here.
No, definitely not. Like we said at the start, after those first 3 weeks, we were thinking Sparks would be higher up in that mid-table. Lausanne at the start of the season, we thought would be right up at the top, probably there alongside Coconutters and Edelweiss. Slightly Salty really surprised us. TX really surprised us as well. So really glad for that. I'm not 100% convinced that Ira Legacy are secure that 5th spot, because I think, like, let's just say Sparks and Lausanne get win and Ira Legacy don't, then it could go the opposite way. We'll see. I'm trying to figure it all out in my head because, yeah. But at the end of the day, we've got so many different decisions to make next week and so many different ways this table can go. So it to come all the way down to the wire, all the way down to that last match, Edelweiss versus Lausanne, is crazy.
Indeed it is, and of course you mentioned that match next week. It's not the only one that we will have in store for you in the final week of the TCS Esports League. Our matches next week will be as follows. We start the day with the bottom table clash between My Insanity and Vision Gaming as they look to try and fight their way out of auto relegation. We've got Swiss Incredible Rebels versus Sparks. That's going to be my highlight match just on the basis of what it means in terms of the top 6 in the table itself. Slightly Salty against Ira Legacy. They're bound for the top end of the position for the Slightly Salty side. Coconutters versus LetiX, the spoiler team in LetiX, will looking likely to try and see if they can outlast the opposition at the top end of the table. And as you mentioned, Edelweiss versus Lausanne to be a very important match at that for the Lausanne side. Still fighting off that relegation here, Bacon. And again, for me, my highlight match for next week is going to be Sir versus Sparks for me. What's yours?
For me, it's got to be Coconuts versus LetiX. LetiX have just been such an exciting team all season long. And Coconuts, I would arguably say today up against Lausanne did show some signs of vulnerability. Like today they felt like they were only 8 out of 10 on this scale. You know, they weren't at their full power. So if they come in with a performance like today, I think LetiX could possibly upset us there, which would, again, throw that whole upper part of the table into a loop.
And we'll see how that loop will be folded over. We'll see how the loops will fold over as well in the bottom 4 as well, because we mentioned the relegations. We've got also fun. The teams will be making their way forward into the Challenger Cups. Next Challenger Cup is coming up this Sunday as well. So if you are watching at home, you're not part of the TCS Esports League, then this is one of the best ways that you can get involved with the league itself. Type !Challenger in the Twitch chat right now and sign up. If you have a minimum of 2 Swiss players, you can get yourself involved, make your way through that bracket. 2 teams will be making their way into the relegation tournament, so make sure you get involved in that. It's going to be a fantastic time. But again, that's coming your way at Sunday the 23rd of May, and we'll be definitely there to cover it here on the stream as well. So make sure you're following the Twitch channel at twitch.tv/TCS Esports League. So with that being said, we've got plenty of action to come forward over the next week, including our last week of the league play season. So make sure you're tuning in, make sure you're joining us here on all the socials, of course, at TCS_esports. But until that point, now, until next week, we're going to bid you all adieu. I've been the Eternal J. The co-commentator has been Digital Bacon. I want to thank you all so much for watching and for listening. And we'll see you all back here next week for the final day of the TCS Esports League.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCS Esports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Hero, hero. I wanna be a hero, hero.